The situation intensifies as the escapee faces overwhelming odds against multiple enemies. A mysterious figure with an unusual energy reading appears, creating additional complications. There are emotional undertones as someone references their past reliance on another character. The escape continues with mounting pressure as enemy reinforcements arrive. Someone who is not part of the Phantom Thieves offers assistance while reminding about a previous promise. The stakes are high as orders are given to find and eliminate all targets. The escape attempt fails as the protagonist is captured. It's revealed they were betrayed by a teammate. The scene shifts to an interrogation room where the captive is being roughly handled and drugged while facing accusations of multiple serious crimes. A prosecutor named Niijima arrives to interview the suspect, facing resistance from other officials. Despite attempts to prevent the meeting, she insists on conducting the interrogation personally, citing her responsibility for the case and need to understand the truth. A mysterious voice speaks about an unjust game and the importance of bonds and memories. The story then shifts to events from 6 months earlier, suggesting the beginning of a larger narrative about saving the world. The scene changes to a train arriving in Shibuya. A confrontation occurs involving accusations and threats of legal action. News reports mention concerning incidents of mental shutdowns and public transit accidents, creating unrest among citizens. The protagonist meets Sojiro Sakura, their guardian for the next year. It's explained they have a criminal record from defending someone, leading to probation and transfer to a new school. Sojiro lays down strict rules about behavior. A flashback reveals the incident that led to the protagonist's probation, intervening in an assault, leading to their arrest and subsequent legal troubles. The scene portrays corruption and abuse of power by an influential figure. The narrative transitions to a mysterious dream sequence in the Velvet Room, where someone is addressed as Trickster. It's explained that their physical body is asleep while this experience occurs, suggesting supernatural elements to the story. The scene opens in a mysterious room that exists between dream and reality, mind and matter. This special place can only be accessed by those bound by a contract. The room appears as a prison, reflecting the visitor's state of mind as a prisoner of fate facing imminent ruin. The only way to avoid the prophesied ruin is through rehabilitation towards freedom. 2 wardens, Caroline and Justine, are introduced as both protectors and collaborators, provided there is continued obedience. The visitor is told they will meet again as the night comes to an end. A transfer student is being driven to their new school in the Aoyama district. The driver, while offering transportation, makes it clear they view the student as a burden and warns them to behave appropriately during the ride. At school, it's firmly established that any rule violations will result in immediate expulsion. The transfer student receives their ID and is warned that their criminal record means they have no other options if expelled. Teachers express reluctance about accepting a student with a record. The reality of having a criminal record becomes apparent as everyone gives the transfer student the cold shoulder. The teachers discuss their concerns about having such a student, particularly hoping they just won't show up to school. While stuck in traffic, conversation reveals the student was previously expelled and is getting a second chance at a new school. News reports discuss recent accidents, including a subway derailment and a tragic incident involving a 15-year-old girl. The subway accident is discussed further, with implications of negligence by the railway company and Ministry of Transport. There are concerns about a pattern of incidents with unknown motives causing public unrest. The The transfer student receives a diary to record daily activities as part of their probation. While there aren't special limitations beyond following the law, regular reporting is required. Basic rules about respecting property and going to bed on time are established. The next morning, the student prepares for their first day of school. They receive breakfast and are warned not to be late or get lost. The weather unexpectedly turns rainy, causing concern about transportation and delays. The scene ends with an encounter in the rain, where another student discusses someone named Kamoshida, referred to as acting like the king of the castle. The two students realize they're in the same grade, though one is a transfer student, as they rush to avoid being late. A sequence begins with someone experiencing head pain and wanting to go home. The conversation then shifts to discussing a major subway accident and psychotic breakdown incidents that made headlines, including one involving a teacher at a high school. The focus moves to Shujin Academy, described as an ordinary prep school. However, something unusual occurs when trying to locate the school. The building seems to have mysteriously vanished, despite clear signage indicating its location. An encounter occurs with someone in impressive armor, leading to a tense situation. The armored figures chase and capture people, resulting in imprisonment in what appears to be a castle-like structure. Inside the castle, prisoners face a death sentence for unlawful entry. A figure identifying himself as Kamoshida, acting as a king, recognizes one prisoner as Sakamoto and condemns them to execution for insulting his authority. A mysterious voice speaks of an unjust game with slim chances of winning. This leads to an awakening where someone gains special powers through a being called Arsène, described as the pillager of twilight and a rebel soul. After a confrontation, the group meets Morgana, who agrees to help them escape. They work together to navigate the castle, learning about fighting techniques and discovering an escape route through a ventilation shaft. A tense confrontation unfolds between students regarding provocative behavior. Despite attempts to share blame for the incident, one student faces potential disciplinary action for being extremely late. The situation gets temporarily overlooked, but comes with a stern warning about future expulsion if any more trouble occurs. Some bizarre events are being discussed, including claims about the school transforming into a castle and encounters with a talking cat. These strange occurrences lead to questioning about potential hallucinations. The conversation shifts to discussing a significant case involving an Olympic medalist and PE teacher named Suguru Kamoshida, who confessed to abuse allegations after receiving attention from the mysterious Phantom Thieves. A new transfer student arrives extremely late on their first day, almost at lunchtime. The teacher expresses frustration, but shows some understanding about the student being unfamiliar with the area. There's a warning about avoiding association with Sakamoto, who is described as a former track team member turned troublemaker. The new transfer student faces immediate scrutiny from classmates who whisper about rumors and their criminal history. Despite appearing normal, other students express fear and speculation about violent tendencies. The teacher attempts to maintain order during the awkward class introduction. School officials discuss concerns about allowing a student with a criminal record to transfer in, particularly noting their association with Sakamoto. Kamoshida, portrayed as the school's star, expresses worry about maintaining the school's reputation, while the principal attempts to balance various concerns. Sakamoto and the transfer student have a rooftop conversation. bonding over their shared outsider status. They discuss their strange shared experience at the castle, though uncertain whether it was real or a dream. Sakamoto shares insights about Kamoshida, describing him as an influential figure due to his volleyball team's success. A mysterious encounter occurs involving training and special powers called personas, described as masks or armor for the heart. The concept of a Metaverse Navigator is introduced as a tool for training, with hints about its importance for moving between reality and special places called palaces. A scene unfolds on public transport involving a considerate student offering their seat to an elderly lady, though the situation becomes awkward when someone else takes it instead. The student later receives thanks for their attempted kindness. An interaction occurs with Takamaki, a student model juggling school and work commitments. A concerning conversation hints at health issues and suspicious behavior from authority figures, including warnings about the transfer student's criminal record. Sakamoto and the transfer student attempt to investigate the mysterious castle they encountered, trying to retrace their steps. Despite their efforts to locate the castle, they only find their normal school building, leaving them confused about their previous experience. A mysterious situation unfolds as two individuals discover and activate a strange navigation app with an eyeball icon on a phone. After some discussion about search history and navigation features, they input specific locations including Shujin Academy and something about a castle, which triggers an unexpected event. The pair suddenly finds themselves transported to a castle, confirming their previous day's experience was real. One of them appears in a unique outfit, leading to confusion about their surroundings. A mysterious figure appears, warning them about making too much noise. The mysterious guide, called Morgana, explains that this castle is actually the school, but only as viewed through the distorted heart of someone named Kamoshida. They hear disturbing sounds of captives, who are revealed to be students from their school, being held on Kamoshida's orders. The group uses a secret infiltration point to enter the castle. Morgana teaches them basic phantom thievery skills, emphasizing stealth and careful movement. They search for previously seen captives while trying to avoid detection from approaching enemies called shadows. Morgana explains this place is a palace, a reality created by the ruler's distorted desires. The special outfit worn by one of them represents their will of rebellion against these distortions. Morgana reveals they are actually human despite their cat-like appearance and shares their mission to regain their true form. The group prepares for further infiltration, with tools including a realistic-looking model gun and medicine. They discover cognitive versions of volleyball team members being treated as slaves, suggesting real-world physical abuse by Kamoshida as their coach. Kamoshida confronts the group, revealing a dark history about one member being a former track team star who supposedly acted violently and ruined his teammates' dreams. This leads to an intense confrontation as Kamoshida orders their elimination. The truth emerges about Kamoshida's abuse of power. He intentionally destroyed the track team, injured students, and forced out a coach who opposed him. He shows no remorse, treating it as self-defense and threatening more violence. The confrontation reaches a climactic point as the victims finally stand up to their oppressor. In an intense confrontation, accusations fly about using people and looking down on others. A mysterious power emerges, offering strength through rebellion. The concept of forming a pact arises, suggesting taking action since reputations are already damaged. The power manifests as a persona, marking a point of no return with rebellion as the new standard. The newly awakened power, Captain Kid, emerges in full force. There's total excitement about gaining this awesome ability and using it to get payback. During the intense battle that follows, it's revealed that this power challenge proves Kamoshida's true nature, showing he's nothing special after all. The conflict escalates when Takamaki appears, though it's revealed she's not real, but rather a cognitive creation. This fake Takamaki represents how Kamoshida views her in his warped mindset. The situation becomes dangerous as they become outnumbered and must retreat strategically. The group discusses their cool new rebel outfits, which apparently reflect their inner selves. Some confusion arises about how everything works in this strange place. They realize the real-world Kamoshida won't know about what happens in this alternate reality, since these events involve his shadow self. A mysterious guide demands cooperation in exchange for their help, revealing they need to investigate something called mementos. The group isn't interested in helping, leaving their guide feeling betrayed and upset, especially about being dismissed for appearing as a cat. Back in the real world, they discuss taking action against Kamoshida. It's revealed that rumors about criminal records have spread through school. Despite this setback, there's determination to expose the truth about physical abuse and stand up against injustice. A new bond forms, recognizing the value of working together rather than alone. This partnership creates a special connection called the Chariot Persona, promising new powers and freedom through cooperation. The relationship deepens over food as they share personal stories and backgrounds. A concerning scene unfolds with volleyball team members discussing injuries and upcoming nationals. There's clearly something sketchy going on with these injuries being treated as normal, especially when one student gets called away mysteriously by Kamoshida. At home, there's tension about staying out of trouble and following rules. The consequence of any misconduct could be serious given the current situation. It's a reminder that freedom is limited and actions are being closely monitored. In the mysterious Velvet Room, important guidance is given about forming meaningful bonds. These connections are crucial for gaining power and achieving rehabilitation. It's emphasized that relationships must be genuine and not superficial, involving people who share similar struggles and can offer true support. A mystical transformation occurs with the awakening of a full persona, bringing new powers and potential freedom. This marks the beginning of an important journey and supernatural awakening. During a high school volleyball rally, students face off against teachers with concerns about facing the formidable Coach Kamoshida. The volleyball team shows visible signs of injuries, raising questions about their intense practice sessions. The volleyball match continues with Kamoshida displaying domineering behavior. Students privately discuss his problematic actions, particularly his fake concern when a student gets injured. They plan to investigate reports of abuse by looking for students they previously saw at a mysterious castle. Attempts to get volleyball team members to open up about potential abuse prove unsuccessful. The students split up to cover more ground, searching both the practice building and classroom building for victims willing to speak out. A confrontation occurs between the investigating students and Kamoshida regarding a student named Mishima. Despite visible injuries, Mishima denies any abuse and reluctantly agrees to attend practice when pressured by Kamoshida, who threatens the investigating students with expulsion. Mishima reveals a disturbing truth. The abuse is widely known by school authorities and parents, but everyone remains silent. The systemic nature of the cover-up leaves students feeling helpless and trapped in the abusive situation. A concerning interaction occurs with a student named Shiho, who appears injured and troubled. Rumors circulate about inappropriate relationships between Kamoshida and students, adding another layer to the troubling situation. A mysterious talking cat-like creature named Morgana appears, offering guidance about dealing with Kamoshida. Only certain students can understand Morgana's speech, suggesting supernatural elements at play. Morgana explains that Kamoshida's castle is a manifestation of his distorted desires and view of the school. The castle exists as a palace, a physical representation of his warped heart. Destroying the castle could potentially impact the real Kamoshida and create meaningful change. The concept of erasing a palace is introduced as a way to force someone to have a change of heart. When this happens, the person will lose their warped desires but still remember their past crimes. Unable to bear the guilt, they will confess to their wrongdoings on their own, with no evidence linking back to those who triggered the change. The method for eliminating a palace involves stealing the treasure contained within it. However, this comes with a serious risk. Removing someone's desires completely could potentially result in their death if they aren't properly cared for, since basic desires like eating and sleeping are necessary for survival. A private conversation reveals troubling details about Mr. Kamoshida's inappropriate behavior. A student discusses being pressured to visit his home, with threats being made against her friend Shiho's position on the sports team if she refuses. The student expresses feeling trapped and powerless in the situation. During a lecture about government branches and separation of powers, a disruption occurs when students notice something alarming happening outside. Someone named Suzui is spotted on the roof in what appears to be a suicide attempt, causing panic among students and teachers. After Suzui's suicide attempt, Mishima reveals that Mr. Kamoshida had been physically abusing multiple students when in bad moods. The abuse towards Suzui had apparently escalated recently, suggesting this led to her drastic action. The situation exposes a pattern of ongoing mistreatment. News arrives that Suzui is in a coma with slim chances of recovery. When confronted, Kamoshida shows no remorse and instead threatens to expel students who challenge him. He also reveals that Mishima was forced to leak someone's criminal records online, demonstrating his manipulation of students. Following these events, a decision is made to take action against Kamoshida by stealing his distorted desires through the palace, despite the risks of causing a mental shutdown. The severity of his actions, particularly leading to Suzui's suicide attempt, has convinced everyone that this drastic measure is necessary. A heated conversation erupts as rumors circulate about someone getting expelled. Tensions rise when someone wants to get involved in dealing with Kamoshida, particularly regarding what happened to Shiho. The group is reluctant to let others join their plans. The group discusses how women can sometimes be bolder than men. They agree they need to hurry and deal with Kamoshida. They decide to act as phantom thieves, those who sneakily steal treasure. They need to say specific keywords about the school and castle to enter their target location. Someone unexpected gets pulled into their mysterious location through their phone app. The group realizes the app can drag in nearby people unintentionally. A strange cat-like creature appears, causing shock and confusion. Despite protests, they decide to force the unexpected visitor to leave. The group establishes code names for safety and style. Joker as the trump card fighter, Skull for the mask wearer, and Mona for the cat-like being. They emphasize the importance of using these names to maintain secrecy during their mission. Inside the castle, they discover Kamoshida ordering increased security and offering rewards for capturing intruders. The group realizes a direct confrontation would be dangerous. They need to steal his materialized desires, the treasure, which lies deep within the castle. The situation becomes complicated when they learn someone else accessed their mysterious app. Guards discuss finding a princess, adding another layer of mystery to their mission. The group realizes they need more team members to successfully complete their infiltration. Crisis strikes when they discover their friend Lady On has been captured by shadows after accidentally returning to the castle through the app. Despite trying to protect her by sending her away earlier, she managed to find her way back into danger. The captured person faces Kamoshida in his castle, completely confused by the bizarre situation. Kamoshida reveals his true nature and disturbing intentions, treating others as objects in his world of desires. The situation becomes increasingly dangerous. A dramatic turning point occurs as the captured person awakens to inner power, forming a contract with Carmen. They transform, refusing to be a victim any longer. Their resolve strengthens to take revenge for Shiho and stop Kamoshida's harmful actions. The newly awakened power manifests as Carmen, ready to fight against Kamoshida's forces. A battle erupts as they confront the corrupted authority figure, determined to end his abuse of power. The group gains an unexpected but powerful new ally in their mission. A confusing situation unfolds where people appear disoriented about their appearance and circumstances. The group decides to retreat when they learn a search party is coming, despite being in the middle of something important. They help each other escape by supporting one another. After reaching safety, the group realizes they need to relocate somewhere less conspicuous. They take a break and share drinks, including an interesting interaction with a talking cat-like creature named Morgana, which adds to the surreal nature of their situation. The group discusses a serious situation involving someone named Kamoshida and his crimes against the volleyball team and a student named Shiho. They form a plan to make him confess his wrongdoings, despite facing potential resistance from teachers and parents who have been turning a blind eye. A mysterious transformation occurs involving personas, described as the will of rebellion. This power is linked to the concept of breaking free from captivity. A special bond forms, represented by the lover's persona, which promises new abilities and freedom. The group establishes a secret hideout on the school rooftop for future meetings. Morgana needs to stay in the regular world and requests accommodation. They agree to meet at the hideout the next day to continue their plans. Discussion turns to a local clinic with a head doctor rumored to provide questionable examinations and unusual medicines. Despite negative rumors, someone suggests leaving the doctor alone since she's not causing any harm. A tense negotiation occurs about keeping Morgana at a restaurant location. The owner reluctantly agrees but sets strict rules about keeping the cat quiet and upstairs during business hours, with all care responsibilities falling on the new owner. Morgana reveals their mysterious origins, explaining their loss of memories and true form due to something called the Metaverse's distortions. They believe solving these distortions will help recover their real identity. A deal is struck to exchange shelter for knowledge about infiltration tools. The concept of personas is explained as power born from one's heart, which can grow stronger through life experiences and connections with others. This power is presented as crucial for their mission, requiring careful development and training. The group discusses preparation needs before entering the palace, emphasizing the importance of proper equipment and medicine. They decide to split up tasks, with some handling weapons, while others focus on obtaining medical supplies from a specific clinic. The group visits a clinic where they encounter a perceptive doctor who sees through their facade. Despite initial skepticism, the doctor agrees to provide medication, revealing she creates original formulas that are used in various hospitals. A casual interaction takes place, discussing medicine pickup, with some light banter about being quick to understand. The conversation has an underlying tone of curiosity about intended use of medicine. though there's an attitude of not wanting to get involved in others' business. A news discussion occurs about a subway accident where the driver exhibited strange behavior during testimony, with speculation about a psychotic incident affecting personality. Some express skepticism about these claims, while others seem concerned. A coffee shop scene unfolds with a customer critiquing the business despite praising the coffee quality. The shop owner remains unbothered, viewing the shop as a personal sanctuary, away from troublesome people and expressing concern about potentially losing it. Preparation begins for infiltrating a palace, including setting up tools and workspace. Instructions are given about getting ready for tomorrow's mission, followed by getting some rest. A school scene depicts tensions between students and staff, particularly around a transfer student labeled as a delinquent. A guidance counselor expresses concerns about supervision and social connections with certain students. A group discusses their mission parameters, including a May 2nd deadline and the concept of stealing a treasure from Kamoshida's palace. They explain that the treasure represents distorted desires and is crucial to their mission's success. The team assigns code names, with one member being dubbed Panther after some discussion. The group prepares to begin their infiltration mission with renewed focus. A mysterious rehabilitation scene occurs where a master figure discusses the power of wielding multiple personas, explaining the concept of executing and strengthening them. They provide guidance about gathering and developing stronger personas to stand against ruin. The group discovers a hidden room filled with concerning photographs. They find important items, including a metal key and a new map, revealing they're approximately halfway to their target location, which appears to be a tower-like structure. A group arrives at a mysterious location after carefully pacing their exploration. They discover something extraordinary floating in the air, a treasure they have been seeking. The scene builds excitement as they finally reach their goal after a long journey. An explanation reveals that finding the treasure isn't enough. They need to make it materialize first. This requires making the target consciously aware their desires could be stolen. The solution is to send a calling card to warn them, which is totally on brand for Phantom Thieves. With their infiltration route secured, the next step is creating and delivering a calling card in the real world before returning to steal the treasure. The team discusses timing, noting they only have about a day after sending the card before the treasure dematerializes. The calling card is posted early morning, addressing Suguru Kamoshida and calling out his inappropriate behavior towards students. It announces the Phantom Thieves' intention to steal his desires and make him confess. The message causes quite a stir among students and triggers an angry reaction from Kamoshida. The team returns to find the treasure has appeared as a massive shining object. Their feline companion gets super excited at the sight. Just as they think the heist will be easy, they face an unexpected confrontation. Kamoshida appears, revealing his true form as the king of the castle. He defends his actions, claiming others willingly protected him for mutual benefit. The confrontation escalates as the team calls out his twisted logic and abusive power. An intense battle begins with Kamoshida transforming into a monstrous form. The team discovers he can heal himself using trophies and must destroy them first. The fight gets heated as Kamoshida desperately clings to his self-image as king. Kamoshida summons cognitive versions of students Mishima and Suzui to assist him. This particularly enrages team members who recognize how he views and manipulates these students. The battle continues with increased emotional stakes. The fight reaches its climax as Kamoshida gets more desperate, revealing his twisted justifications. He claims his actions were due to others' expectations, trying to rationalize his behavior. The team remains determined to change his corrupted heart. A tense confrontation unfolds at a high vantage point, mirroring a past scene where someone named Shiho faced a difficult choice to jump. The moment presents a critical decision between jumping or facing potential death, creating an atmosphere of intense pressure and fear. A defeated opponent accepts their loss and acknowledges their crimes. The situation becomes urgent as the location begins to destabilize, forcing everyone to run for safety. The atmosphere is chaotic, with shouts about impending danger. A significant transformation occurs as the destination disappears and a medal is revealed. This medal, apparently an Olympic one, represents the source of Kamoshida's desires and holds equal significance to a crown seen in the palace. This suggests a major change in Kamoshida's heart. News spreads about Kamoshida taking a self-imposed suspension, which may affect pending expulsions. This development differs from a typical mental shutdown, indicating the situation is evolving in an unexpected way. During a school assembly addressing a recent suicide attempt, Kamoshida makes a shocking public confession. He admits to verbal abuse, physical abuse of team members, and sexual harassment of female students. He takes responsibility for Shiho's suicide attempt. Kamoshida continues his confession, revealing specific details about his misconduct, including trying to force relations in exchange for team positions. He announces his resignation and intention to turn himself in to the police. The aftermath of Kamoshida's confession creates waves through the school community. Students begin apologizing to Takamaki as the truth about her situation comes to light. The atmosphere shifts from judgment to understanding and remorse. The group discusses the successful change of heart without causing mental shutdown. They learn that persuading a shadow and sending it back to its real self prevents cognitive collapse, providing a safe way to reform targets. Positive news arrives about Shiho's recovery and consciousness. Plans for her transfer to another school are discussed, acknowledging the challenges she would face staying at the current school due to labeling and rumors. The group discusses the broader implications of their actions, learning that anyone with warped desires could develop a similar palace. They decide to lay low as rumors circulate about their involvement, though no one suspects their true method of changing Kamoshida's heart. A discussion about calling cards is taking place, with someone expressing disbelief about their own involvement in recent events. The group decides to lay low and check the value of a medal they acquired. When checking online, they discover the medal is only worth 30,000 yen, leading to a debate about an old middle school debt. The group agrees to celebrate their successful mission despite needing to stay under the radar. They discuss going somewhere special for a celebratory meal. Plans are made to meet on Children's Day, the 5th, with the reasoning that it would help energize them before school starts again. News breaks about a high school coach who suddenly confessed to abusing students at an assembly. The story gains significant attention due to the coach's Olympic background. Students express relief about no longer having to endure physical abuse and sexual harassment. The police are investigating what caused this sudden confession. The news also covers an unsolved subway incident involving a runaway train, potentially connected to recent psychotic breakdown cases. There's discussion about how normal people are suddenly going mad or deranged, raising questions about whether these incidents are truly coincidental. The group meets at a fancy hotel for their celebration. They discuss how their actions have gained attention online, with grateful messages appearing on the Phantom Aficionado website. They enjoy various dishes at the buffet while dealing with a time limit, splitting up to try different foods, including meat dishes and desserts. While at the hotel, they overhear other guests discussing the Kamoshida incident and psychotic breakdowns. Some wealthy patrons express disdain about having young people at the establishment. The group continues to eavesdrop on various conversations while trying to remain inconspicuous. The group hears people discussing how news of the incident has spread online, though many consider it just rumors made up by students. Media personnel discuss how they frame such stories for ratings, showing insensitivity toward the serious nature of the incidents, including a student who nearly took their own life due to Kamoshida's actions. A casual conversation unfolds about someone who suddenly confessed to their crimes. The discussion gets interrupted as one person needs to leave for a meeting. The mood is lighthearted despite the serious subject matter. The group moves to get more food while eavesdropping on others' conversations. They overhear people discussing an ex-athlete teacher who overestimated himself. The others don't seem to take the incident seriously, viewing it as a minor case for lower-ranking staff to handle. While gathering food, they observe that many adults present appear untrustworthy, despite their professional appearance. There seems to be a general lack of interest in the Kamoshida news among the adult crowd. The group loads up their plates with various dishes before heading back. The group playfully argues about the large amount of food they gathered. Despite being full, they challenge themselves to finish everything. There's friendly banter about portion sizes and helping each other finish the feast. Some snobbish onlookers make judgmental comments about the group's table manners and their perceived social status. The group decides to ignore the rude remarks and heads to the restroom after overindulging. A tense encounter occurs with some impatient business people who cut in line and make condescending remarks. The situation highlights the divide between the privileged adults and the younger group, causing frustration. The conversation shifts to discussing the possibility of changing people's hearts, particularly targeting those with distorted desires. They contemplate continuing their activities as Phantom Thieves to help others facing injustice. The group officially establishes themselves as an organization, choosing a leader and discussing potential targets. They focus on targeting influential figures to gain public attention and credibility for their cause. The narrative switches to an interrogation setting where the story of the Phantom Thieves seems unbelievable to the questioner, though some elements align with known facts. The focus turns to identifying other accomplices involved. The scene transitions to a mysterious setting where rehabilitation and power development are discussed. The importance of building relationships and contracts is emphasized as crucial for gaining strength to resist some impending ruin. In the aftermath of a serious incident, teachers are discussing sensitive information about Mr. Kamoshida, who is under police investigation. The situation has caused reflection on how difficult it can be to truly know someone, as people often present different sides of themselves. An interesting discussion about psychology reveals how humans may have multiple personalities in their subconscious. These different personas can vary in age and gender, similar to how ancient myths created gods and monsters based on human characteristics. This concept seems to particularly engage the listeners. The Phantom Aficionado website is gaining traction with new posts. Meanwhile, students debate whether the Phantom Thieves actually exist, with some skeptical about their involvement in Kamoshida's situation. Some worry about how these events might impact their college prospects. Principal Kobayakawa meets with top student Makoto Niijima, requesting her to investigate the cause of Kamoshida's personality change. The principal subtly pressures her by mentioning her sister's position at the prosecutor's office and implies her academic recommendations could be affected. A remorseful student acknowledges the Phantom Thieves and offers to help through managing an online forum. The site includes an anonymous poll about belief in the Phantom Thieves and aims to gather supportive posts for their cause. The group shifts focus to upcoming exams, revealing academic strengths and weaknesses among members. Tension surfaces regarding study habits and subject proficiency, particularly in English and Japanese. The fan site administrator discusses their dedication to managing the Phantom Thieves' public image, including filtering negative comments and promoting positive stories. They express enthusiasm about helping spread awareness while maintaining the group's mysterious reputation. The school introduces Dr. Takuto Maruki as a new therapist, demonstrating increased attention to student mental health. His casual and approachable demeanor makes an immediate impression on the student body, though some remain skeptical about the school's true motives. A counselor is speaking with students who previously interacted with Mr. Kamoshida after a transfer. The counselor mentions they have been ordered to provide counseling services to students involved with Mr. Kamoshida, framing it as being in the school's best interest. To make the sessions more appealing, they offer snacks and tips for improving mental focus. The scene changes to students discussing their exam preparation. Some stayed up all night, one playing games while others were studying. They playfully argue about their relative intelligence and study habits while dealing with exam stress. A tense situation develops on public transit where someone notices they are being followed. This leads to a confrontation where the follower is revealed to be Yusuke, an art student studying under the famous artist Matarame. He explains he was captivated and wants the person to model for his art. The narrative jumps to an interrogation where someone is being questioned about their connection to Matarame, who is described as a criminal who built his fame by exploiting children. The interrogator is skeptical about how they uncovered the truth so quickly. Students discuss finishing exams and browse a website for information. They plan to attend Matarame's art exhibit using free tickets they received. The group decides to go together, viewing it as an opportunity to develop their appreciation for fine arts. The scene shifts to a crowded art exhibit where the students meet Yusuke again. They observe Matarame speaking with visitors, presenting himself as a humble artist who lives in a shack and distances himself from worldly desires like money and fame. The exhibit continues with Yusuke explaining Matarame's unique ability to work in multiple artistic styles, which is unusual as artists typically focus on one style. Matarame briefly joins them, expressing satisfaction that visitors are connecting with the artwork before excusing himself. While viewing artwork, there is a discussion about sensing strong frustration and anger from a particular painting, which seems surprising given the artist's typically cheerful demeanor. The contrast between the artist's public persona and the emotional content of their work is noteworthy. Someone recalls seeing an important online post about a Japanese art master who has allegedly been plagiarizing their pupils' work. The post claims this master only maintains a pleasant public image on TV while mistreating students who live with them, treating them poorly and teaching nothing. Plans are made to visit Matarame's house and studio after school the next day, initially causing confusion about whether this visit was for modeling purposes. The group decides to take the train there, leading to a humorous incident where they try to hide a talking companion by pretending it's just a toy. Upon arriving at Matarame's residence, they confront Kitagawa about the plagiarism allegations. Kitagawa strongly denies these claims, defending Matarame, who took him in when he had no family. Matarame himself appears and smoothly handles the situation, suggesting the visitors were just concerned about rumors. Kitagawa shows them Sayuri, Matarame's most famous painting that inspired his own artistic journey. He reiterates his desire to paint one of the visitors, seeing in them the same powerful emotion he felt when first viewing Sayuri. The interaction ends cordially, but with unresolved questions. After leaving, the group discovers that Matarame has a palace, a cognitive world created by distorted desires. Through trial and error, they determine that Matarame views his shack as some kind of museum, raising questions about why someone already respected in the art world would have such a fantasy. A group is investigating something called the Infinite Spring, which reveals disturbing information about director Matarame. This artwork suggests that his pupils must dedicate their ideas to him permanently or be considered worthless. The discovery points to serious allegations of plagiarism and exploitation. The investigation reveals that Matarame treats his pupils like property, stealing their creative ideas while providing basic necessities in return. The displayed portraits at his exhibit are likely all from exploited students. This raises major concerns about both plagiarism and potential abuse happening under his authority. The group decides they need solid evidence before confronting Matarame. They plan to get information from Kitagawa by having one member accept his modeling offer, though they express nervousness about going alone. This could be a challenging target, requiring careful preparation. Kitagawa responds positively to the modeling request and wants to meet after school. The group needs to be careful around the student council president, who has been questioning students. They see this as an opportunity to gather intel on Matarame. When meeting with Kitagawa, tension rises as he unexpectedly has trouble focusing on the art session. The group attempts to confront him about Matarame, suggesting they know about the plagiarism. Kitagawa becomes defensive, insisting he willingly offers his ideas to his mentor. The group determines they must act against Matarame before his exhibit ends, comparing him to another exploitative authority figure named Kamoshida. They plan to investigate further and help Kitagawa recognize the abuse while preventing the uncomfortable modeling situation. They agree to meet in Shibuya to begin their mission. A group discusses changing their hideout location periodically. A journalist appears asking questions about Matarame's pupils and a potentially stolen painting called Sayuri. The journalist is investigating rumors about abuse, but finds no concrete evidence to write about and leaves their contact information. Someone reaches out through a fan site about meeting to discuss a person needing a change of heart. The contact is identified as Nakanohara, one of Matarame's former students. They arrange to meet at Shibuya Station after school. Nakanohara meets the group and reveals disturbing details about Matarame. He explains how Matarame claimed his pupil's artwork as his own, leading one senior student to commit suicide. After leaving Matarame's tutelage, Nakanohara struggled with emotional issues that led to problematic behavior. Nakanohara expresses concern about a young current pupil around their age still under Matarame's control. This student, who lost his mother, feels trapped but sees no way out. Nakanohara pleads for help to prevent another potential tragedy. The group unanimously agrees to take action against Matarame. They relocate to their new hideout to plan their approach, setting a deadline of June 5th when an exhibit ends. They must establish an infiltration route by June 2nd. A plan emerges to bypass security by accessing a suspicious locked door on the second floor of Matarame's real house. The theory is that opening the physical door will allow access to its counterpart in the other realm. The team devises a strategy involving a decoy to distract Matarame while someone picks the lock. Despite initial reluctance and concerns about the risks, they agree to proceed with the plan for the sake of justice. A group is planning to gather evidence of someone's crimes. The next day is set for their operation, though there's uncertainty about whether Kitagawa will agree. Some members are banned from a certain location, so they must wait while others take action. The plan involves sneaking into a palace and finding a control room to keep a door from closing. An unexpected meeting occurs between two people. One person apologizes for the sudden contact, mentioning they only have 20 to 30 minutes. There are hints of tension and awkwardness in their interaction, with comments about weight and clothing being exchanged. A conversation unfolds about finding a better location with a lock. The only suitable room belongs to Sensei, but there's no key available. Someone suggests using a hairpin to gain access. The discussion involves taking photos and trying different poses for artistic purposes. There's doubt about whether the plan will succeed, considering multiple challenges, limited time before Matarame returns, uncertainty about unlocking the door, and only having seconds to enter. The success of the mission seems to depend on precise timing and coordination. Tension builds as someone tries to access a storage room for old paintings. Despite resistance and claims that only Sensei can enter, attempts are made to convince Kitagawa to use the room. The situation becomes more complex when Sensei unexpectedly returns home. A shocking discovery is made. Multiple copies of the Sayuri painting are found. Matarame admits to being in debt and selling counterfeit copies through special connections. He claims the original was stolen by a former student, leading to his artistic block. The truth begins to unravel as inconsistencies in Matarame's story emerge. The real Sayuri is found, contradicting his earlier claim about it being stolen. When confronted, Matarame calls security, forcing everyone to flee. The scene shifts to a strange reality inside Matarame's heart, revealed to be a museum representing his true nature. Kitagawa struggles to accept this truth about his mentor, feeling conflicted between gratitude and disappointment. Inside the Heart Museum, paintings of past pupils are discovered. It's revealed these aren't actually paintings, but representations of how Matarame views his students as objects. The group attempts to escape as the security level increases. Matarame appears in an elaborate shogun outfit, revealing his true nature. He admits the stolen painting story was fake, a scheme to sell copies at high prices. His humble appearance is exposed as an act, and he even owns another home under a different name. A heated discussion reveals the truth about art valuation and exploitation. The art world is exposed as being built on illusions, with wealthy collectors willing to pay high prices. A scheme to profit from this system through deception is discussed, highlighting the corrupt intersection of art and commerce. The dark truth emerges about a manipulative art teacher who exploits young, talented artists. Rather than helping students out of kindness, he deliberately targets troubled youth to steal their ideas and artistic futures, seeing them as easy targets who cannot fight back against his predatory behavior. A confrontational turning point occurs as a student finally stands up to the corrupt teacher, refusing to accept the exploitation any longer. Despite threats and attempts at intimidation, the student maintains their resolve to fight back against the injustice, marking a decisive moment of rebellion. A dramatic transformation takes place as hidden truths are revealed. Through a powerful awakening, the ability to see through deception and distinguish between beauty and corruption emerges. This newfound clarity brings both understanding and the strength to take action. The confrontation escalates as the corrupt teacher faces accusations about his misdeeds. His exploitation of students, destruction of dreams, and trading of young talents' futures for personal wealth are brought to light. A commitment to bringing him to justice is declared. Personal history reveals the complex relationship between teacher and student. A story of abandonment, adoption, and betrayal unfolds, explaining the deep emotional bonds that made confronting the truth so difficult. The student acknowledges their denial and expresses gratitude for finally facing reality. The concept of the Phantom Thieves is introduced, explaining their ability to steal hearts and force changes in corrupt individuals. This revelation opens new possibilities for addressing the art teacher's misdeeds through supernatural means rather than conventional justice. Strategic planning begins as the group faces legal threats from the art teacher. They must act before the end of an upcoming art exhibit to avoid serious consequences. The urgency of their mission becomes clear as time pressure mounts. The team explains the basics of their supernatural world to the new member. Concepts like the metaverse, palaces, and cognitive distortions are broken down. The mechanics of their power to change hearts is clarified, helping integrate the new ally into their operations. The group sets a crucial deadline of June 5th to complete their mission, coinciding with the exhibit's final day. They commit to exposing the truth and preventing legal action through their supernatural intervention. The scene ends with discussion of choosing a code name for their newest member. A lighthearted discussion takes place about nicknames and code names. After some playful back and forth, the group settles on keeping things simple. The atmosphere is casual as they work to establish team dynamics and roles. The team discusses strategy for their operations. They decide to implement a starting lineup system with 4 main members, including their leader Joker, who will choose the other 3. Backup members will follow at a distance, creating a 2-wave infiltration approach. The group encounters a formidable guard blocking access to a control room. They determine forcing their way through is their only option. After passing through a portal, they find themselves in a courtyard, having successfully evaded security measures. The team discovers what appears to be their target treasure, but it turns out to be a trap and counterfeit. This leads to a confrontation where dark truths about art forgery and exploitation come to light. A shocking revelation occurs about a painting called Sayuri. Its true nature as a mother's final message to her child is exposed. The original work had been modified by covering up a baby in the image to create artificial mystery and increase its commercial value. The confrontation escalates as more disturbing truths emerge about exploitation of artists and manipulation of art. The antagonist reveals their callous attitude toward both art and human life, treating them as mere commodities for profit. The situation intensifies as the antagonist reveals their god complex and twisted views about art and power. They believe their connections and status give them the right to make and break rules in the art world as they please. The conflict reaches its climax with the antagonist's defeat. They are forced to face their crimes and promise to confess. An intriguing detail about another intruder wearing a black mask emerges, adding mystery to the situation. In the aftermath, the team successfully completes their mission. They retrieve the genuine Sayuri painting, which holds deep personal significance. The victory feels bittersweet as they reflect on the truth behind the artwork. The group discusses their future plans and motivations. They explain their mission to target corrupt individuals and inspire courage in those suffering from adult exploitation. A new team member joins, bringing artistic expertise to their cause. The group discusses exchanging contact information after welcoming a new member who is both an artist and phantom thief. The addition marks their 5th persona user, which will help expand their battle strategies. While celebrating their successful second big target, they express appreciation for having someone with an eye for beauty on the team. A deep conversation emerges about identity and aspirations. One member ponders their unique ability to transform into a car in the metaverse, questioning their true nature. They share hopes of being an honorable person who helps others, dreaming of visiting various places like amusement parks and cafes when becoming human. Progress in rehabilitation is acknowledged, though concerns arise about another person accessing the metaverse. Despite these worries, the rehabilitation continues smoothly, with high expectations for future growth and development. Updates regarding Matarame's state reveal a softening in his demeanor without experiencing a mental shutdown. Similar changes were observed in Kamoshida, suggesting successful heart changes. Plans are made to investigate the mysterious black-masked intruder from the palace. A light-hearted discussion about a housekeeping service flyer leads to planning Operation Maid Watch. The group decides to investigate whether the company genuinely offers cleaning services, coordinating to meet at night in a vacant apartment. A meaningful conversation develops about justice and belonging, resulting in a deal involving class attendance and secret keeping. This interaction leads to forming a new bond, represented by the temperance persona, symbolizing freedom and new power. A tense situation unfolds regarding a violent incident at Shujin, followed by an uncomfortable encounter that requires intervention. The scene demonstrates the importance of standing up against harassment and supporting others. The group prepares for a cleanup event at school, discussing practical matters like changing clothes and weather conditions. Dr. Maruki appears as part of the cooking crew, planning to prepare miso soup for everyone after the cleanup. The cleanup activity begins with announcements about group assignments and lunch plans. Students are organized into mixed groups of 4, with some showing curiosity about the transfer student mentioned in rumors. During the cleanup, students demonstrate environmental awareness by properly separating materials for recycling. They discuss the proper handling of found items and share knowledge about recycling programs, including how bottle caps can be converted into vaccine vials. After completing a cleanup event, team leaders were asked to collect soup for their groups. Everyone was free to leave afterwards, marking the end of what many described as a difficult time. The atmosphere was casual as people began dispersing. 2 students met up to share soup together. One expressed gratitude for help received earlier that morning regarding an intimidating situation. The conversation turned to addressing a previous misunderstanding outside the guidance office. There was discussion about rumors circulating around school about a transfer student. One person mentioned hearing exaggerated stories about crimes like burglary and trafficking, though these were clearly jokes. The atmosphere remained lighthearted despite the serious topic. A quick athletic display occurred, demonstrating basic gymnastics moves described as just a hop, skip, and jump. This led to discussion about potentially useful physical techniques and training opportunities. The gymnast expressed concerns about recent performance results and requested advice and support. A mutual agreement was reached to help each other, combining gymnastics training with general guidance. This formed a new bond between the 2 students. The cleanup event officially concluded with announcements about proper trash disposal. The students, already in gym clothes, decided to do some basic training, focusing on core exercises before heading home. A major news story broke about Matarame, an artist who confessed to plagiarism and other crimes in an emotional public apology. He agreed to turn himself in to police and was taken to a hospital for evaluation, though deemed mentally sound. Public discussion turned to the mysterious Phantom Thieves and their possible connection to Matarame's confession. People drew parallels to a previous incident with Kamoshida, noting the similar pattern of events and the appearance of calling cards. A group discussing the Phantom Thieves was approached by attendance officers, creating a tense moment. They managed to avoid suspicion, but realized the need for greater caution in public conversations about these topics. Yusuke revealed attempts to get information from Matarame about a suspicious person in a black mask were unsuccessful. Discussion turned to Yusuke's living arrangements, with plans to move to school dorms due to his art scholarship. An interrogation revealed deeper questions about the nature of heart stealing and the expanding membership of the Phantom Thieves. The investigator pressed for details about conspirators while noting the group's growing public popularity. A discussion about gathering intelligence reveals frustration over lies that significantly delayed the process. The conversation shifts to a target named Junya Kaneshiro, a well-guarded criminal who had evaded even police capture. The circumstances around taking down this formidable target remain unclear. There are notable similarities between two cases, Kamoshida at Shujin Academy and Matarame. Both received calling cards before experiencing unexpected changes of heart. While some suggest connecting these to psychotic breakdowns, others warn against overstepping jurisdictional boundaries. The investigation continues into incidents from recent years. The scene shifts to a game of darts where the rules of 0-1 are being explained. Players must reduce their score to exactly 0 by hitting specific spots on the board. The game requires careful calculation and concentration. The concept of playing in pairs with alternating throws is introduced as an exciting variation. The darts game proves successful, with impressive shots, including a bull and triple 20. The players celebrate reaching 0 points exactly. The experience highlights how working with a partner creates positive pressure to perform well. Plans are made to invite others to play next time. An investigation into student-teacher incidents at a school is discussed. The student council president is questioned about knowledge of harassment cases. The conversation reveals tension between addressing school safety concerns and investigating the mysterious Phantom Thieves. Discussion turns to Matarame's public confession and its possible connection to the Phantom Thieves. Plans for an upcoming social studies trip to a TV station are made, with students hoping to see celebrities and show tapings. Some express reluctance, but are convinced to attend to avoid drawing suspicion. A chance encounter in the rain leads to umbrella sharing. A student athlete discusses upcoming gymnastics competitions and dreams of competing globally. The conversation reveals pressures of being an honors student and dealing with special treatment at school. A discussion unfolds about Niijima-senpai's involvement in some concerning rumors. She appears to maintain a noble demeanor despite being aware of troubling circumstances. A tense conversation occurs with Principal Kobayakawa regarding a notice that was posted. The principal claims it was meant to aid an investigation, but new concerns arise about students being threatened by a criminal organization. The principal dismissively handles the situation, suggesting any action would need to be taken independently. He implies that investigating this criminal matter could reveal connections to the Phantom Thieves case. The scene shifts to a TV station tour where basic broadcasting concepts like sponsorship, commercial breaks, and programming schedules are being explained in a rather obvious manner to visiting students. Some commotion occurs at the TV station, leading to students being recruited for hands-on experience as cable handlers. This mandatory participation causes frustration among the students who feel they're being treated poorly. After the TV station work, the students discuss visiting Dome Town, an entertainment complex with a baseball stadium and amusement park. They debate whether to try the roller coasters or get pancakes instead. Goro Akechi, a young TV personality, introduces himself to the students. He mentions tomorrow's filming and makes an odd comment about pancakes that seems to catch everyone off guard. Following some rides at Dome Town, the group feels queasy and discusses heading home to prepare for the next day. The scene transitions to a TV studio where Akechi is about to make an appearance. During a TV show segment, Akechi discusses the Phantom Thieves and the Matarame case. He expresses skepticism about vigilante justice while maintaining a charismatic television presence. A poll reveals that about 30% of students believe in the Phantom Thieves' existence. This leads to an engaging discussion where various perspectives on the morality and implications of the Phantom Thieves' actions are debated. Akechi raises serious concerns about the Phantom Thieves' methods of changing hearts, suggesting their powers could be used for criminal purposes. He reveals he's working with police to investigate the matter. The discussion concludes with mixed reactions to Akechi's statements. While some find his arguments compelling, others maintain their own views about justice and the legitimacy of the Phantom Thieves' actions. A meaningful encounter occurs when two people meet unexpectedly. One expresses gratitude and references Hegel's philosophy about thesis and antithesis being necessary for progress. The conversation reveals frustration with how adults tend to use young people rather than truly engage with them. The discussion turns to the Phantom Thieves, suggesting they may have good intentions, but questioning if their justice is real or just a facade hiding weakness. There's speculation that they might run away if truly challenged by a powerful opponent. A shady business deal is proposed involving expensive items worth hundreds of thousands or millions of yen. The dealer offers a special menu in exchange for help with smuggling and destroying evidence, emphasizing secrecy and describing it as fighting evil with evil. The arrangement includes miscellaneous tasks like cleaning and running errands. Meanwhile, tension builds regarding a detective's perceived threats and the risk of police involvement in Phantom Thieves' activities. A confrontation occurs involving the student council president and questions about past incidents, particularly regarding Kamoshida. The discussion highlights the limitations of individual action versus the potential impact of the Phantom Thieves. Public opinion about the Phantom Thieves becomes increasingly negative due to media influence, particularly from TV coverage. The group discusses the need to find another target to restore public faith. A living situation changes as someone leaves school dorms, leading to a discussion about temporary housing arrangements. Japanese sweets are offered as a thank you gift, but the situation remains complicated. The scene shifts to a cafe where a welcome party is being held. The atmosphere is warm and inviting, with coffee being served and new friendships forming. The vintage aesthetic of the place receives positive comments. The group moves to discuss serious matters about their future actions. They acknowledge the challenge of finding their next target and the need to prove their righteousness to society, especially given recent negative publicity. A group of friends are hanging out and discussing plans for a welcome party. Someone mentions being hungry since they spent their money on sweets. The group discovers a portable stove and decides to make hot pot together, seeing it as a good way to bond. They make plans to split costs and gather ingredients like ginkgo nuts and wonton wrappers. The group coordinates logistics for the hot pot dinner, with some members going shopping while others borrow cooking supplies. A kind girl named On is mentioned as helping arrange accommodation for someone who needs a place to stay. The preparations continue as they await the shopper's return. The scene shifts to a television segment featuring Goro Akechi, a high school detective, discussing the controversial Phantom Thieves. He argues they should face legal consequences despite helping victims, stating that forcefully changing hearts is wrong and not true justice. The group enjoys their hot pot meal together. Some members get sleepy from eating, particularly one who falls asleep on the sofa. The conversation turns nostalgic as they discuss their past connections, including how some knew each other in middle school. The friends open up about their troubled pasts. One shares about growing up with a single mom and losing a track scholarship. Another recounts an unfair assault charge from defending someone involving corrupt adults and police. The group expresses frustration at societal injustice. The conversation deepens as they discuss their mission as Phantom Thieves to fight corruption and help the weak. They reflect on their similar backgrounds and strong bond, though one member, Morgana, mentions having no memories to look back on. The group reassures them about finding their past. The evening winds down as they plan to visit a nearby bathhouse. Some members discuss On's absence while bathing. The conversation turns to finding their next target as Phantom Thieves, showing their commitment to their cause of fighting injustice. A group is discussing public perception and the need for a better strategy. They express concern about short-term thinking and its potential drawbacks. The conversation reveals some uncertainty about who should develop this strategy, with mentions of roles and specialties among team members. A conversation occurs between Akechi-kun and someone about the Phantom Thieves. They discuss connections between different cases and victims. The discussion reveals contrasting views on justice, with Akechi-kun positioning himself as being on the side of justice compared to those who manipulate hearts. A touching conversation happens over coffee about personal growth and understanding people. Someone decides to return to the dorms to start fresh and learn more about others, recognizing their limited worldview. The coffee shop owner offers continued support and hospitality. A new area is discovered in the depths of mementos, leading to discussion about its connection to Matarame's palace. The group debates the extent of mementos and its relationship to their mission of changing hearts, though some details remain unclear. A serious request is made regarding a mafia boss targeting students with phishing scams. The group is given 2 weeks to address this threat before evidence goes to authorities. The situation is complicated by victims being threatened against testifying. The team strategizes about handling the mafia boss situation, seeing it as an opportunity to gain public acknowledgement. They divide tasks to gather information from different sources, planning to reconvene at week's end with their findings. A deep conversation about artistic struggles takes place while viewing the Sayuri painting. An artist expresses concerns about maintaining their scholarship and finding genuine purpose in their work, comparing their situation to the pure beauty represented in the Sayuri. A heartfelt conversation takes place about understanding beauty and seeking guidance. The speaker expresses uncertainty about their artistic journey and concerns about their art teacher potentially noticing changes in their work. They worry that inner turmoil will eventually be reflected in their art. The conversation ends as they need to leave due to an approaching curfew. A serious discussion occurs regarding a mafia problem affecting students. The situation has escalated to involve student victims and potential criminal involvement. This issue represents a major crisis for the school's reputation. The student council is tasked with resolving it, with warnings about potential consequences for failing to address the problem. An awkward exchange unfolds about an easy part-time job opportunity. Someone makes up an unconvincing story about a cat named Francois needing medical treatment as an excuse to learn more about the job. The conversation leads to mentions of someone named Nishiyama who might have information. Nishiyama reveals details about a suspicious job offer in Shibuya. He explains how a man on Central Street approached him and Ida about an easy part-time job. While Nishiyama declined, Ida got involved and started showing signs of strange behavior and sudden wealth. The truth about the suspicious job comes out. It involved drug smuggling through envelope deliveries to coin lockers. The person confesses to being blackmailed with photos of them carrying the goods and facing threats after receiving payment. They direct others to Central Street for more information. A group investigates Central Street, looking for suspicious individuals targeting high school students. They encounter a shady character offering easy delivery jobs, but their attempts to gather information are unsuccessful as the suspect becomes defensive and leaves. A phone call sequence involving Makoto Niijima occurs, followed by discussion about a class president trying to return something. The conversation suggests developing trust and understanding between previously conflicting parties. A discussion about the Phantom Thieves takes place, questioning their methods of choosing targets and their true motives. There is speculation about future cases and the criteria they use for selecting their targets. The group debates changing their target and their mission. They discuss the importance of helping students affected by the mafia's schemes and giving courage to the weak. The conversation emphasizes the need for better intelligence gathering. The group remembers a journalist who might be able to help with their investigation. They decide to contact this person, who works for a major publication, seeing it as their best option for gathering needed information. A group was waiting to hear back from a journalist who wanted to meet at Crossroads Bar in Shinjuku. There was concern about going to Shinjuku's nightlife district while wearing school uniforms, but they decided to proceed anyway with just t-shirts over their uniforms. The group encountered trouble when their school uniforms were recognized, leading to questioning by an adult. They were forced to run away to avoid getting caught, taking a detour. During their escape, they were approached by a fortune teller who warned one of them about upcoming troubles. Upon reaching the bar district, they realized entering establishments in uniforms would be problematic. At Crossroads Bar, they were allowed entry thanks to someone's connection, though the owner Lala Chan expressed concern about serving minors. The journalist revealed interest in getting information about the Phantom Thieves and mental shutdown cases. They specifically wanted to interview students affected by Kamoshida's abuse. A deal was struck to introduce the journalist to someone named Mishima. The journalist provided information about Junya Kaneshiro in exchange. The group confirmed Kaneshiro as their next target and began brainstorming keywords to access his palace, eventually discovering it encompassed all of Shibuya, which he viewed as his personal bank. Inside Kaneshiro's palace, they found his distorted cognition, where he viewed Shibuya's residents as walking ATMs. They discovered his hideout was floating in the air, making it currently inaccessible to them. The team had to retreat to devise a new plan. A personal conversation revealed family tensions over the Phantom Thieves, with mentions of a deceased father and struggles with dependency. Harsh words were exchanged about being useless and eating away at someone's life. While discussing their predicament about reaching Kaneshiro's floating palace, they were interrupted by the student council president. Initially dismissed as useless, she surprisingly offered to help them meet Kaneshiro, showing unexpected determination. A tense situation unfolds as someone searches for Kaneshiro on Central Street. Despite concerns about too many people being present, a person named Makoto Niijima boldly makes a phone call attempting to confront Kaneshiro about blackmailing students at Shujin Academy. The situation quickly escalates when some sketchy guys show up and force them into a car. The thugs working for Kaneshiro take control of the situation, treating it like they've caught a valuable target. Meanwhile, others try to follow the car, managing to get the license plate number. The chase creates a chaotic scene with attempts to stop the vehicle. The confrontation intensifies when meeting Kaneshiro, who flexes about expensive purchases and gets super mad about being followed. The scene takes place in what seems to be some kind of club. Kaneshiro shows their true colors as a ruthless manipulator who preys on students. Kaneshiro threatens to expose compromising photos of the students at a club, using blackmail to demand 3 million yen within 3 weeks. They suggest the students beg their parents for money from summer bonuses. The situation becomes seriously messed up as Kaneshiro demonstrates total control. The aftermath reveals deep personal struggles, especially regarding family dynamics and feelings of being a burden. There's discussion about past incidents being covered up at school and feelings of powerlessness to help others. The group realizes they're all caught up in this mess together. The story takes a wild turn as the group enters some kind of alternate reality, described as the world inside Kaneshiro's heart. This strange place features floating buildings and weird transformations, including a talking cat named Morgana. It's explained as a manifestation of Kaneshiro's distorted desires. The group formulates a plan to enter Kaneshiro's bank in this alternate reality, using their status as customers to gain access. They discuss how this might help them change Kaneshiro's heart and make him confess to his crimes. The mission takes on greater meaning as they hope to inspire others. Everything erupts into chaos as Kaneshiro orders his security to eliminate the group. An intense battle breaks out with multiple waves of enemies, showing just how serious the security is in this alternate reality bank. The group finds themselves struggling against seemingly endless opposition. A tense situation unfolds as security guards transform into monsters, forcing the group to flee. They encounter supernatural powers called personas while trying to escape through the exit. The situation becomes increasingly dangerous as they find themselves surrounded with no end to the enemies in sight. Kaneshiro appears and threatens the group, revealing his sinister intentions. He expresses his policy of eliminating troublesome clients and makes disturbing threats about turning someone's sister into a personal slave. His cruel taunts about destroying lives while collecting money show his true villainous nature. A dramatic awakening occurs as someone stands up to Kaneshiro's cruelty. They form a contract with their persona, marking their graduation from previous self-doubt. The persona takes the unique form of a motorcycle named Johanna, surprising everyone present. An intense battle breaks out using the newly acquired persona powers. The group successfully creates an opening and manages to escape, though Kaneshiro warns them that there's no real escape in reality or from his security systems. He threatens their futures before they depart. After the escape, the group discusses their newest member, whose sister is ironically a prosecutor investigating the Phantom Thieves. They decide this won't be an issue since normal investigations couldn't lead to their supernatural world. The new member is appointed as an advisor due to their sharp mind and fearless nature. Kaneshiro sends a reminder about their debt. The group strategizes about changing Kaneshiro's palace and his real-world cognition, setting a 3-week deadline. They agree to avoid unnecessary contact with him until their mission is complete. A heartfelt apology takes place between two students regarding past blame over sexual harassment incidents. They realize their similarities in avoiding guilt and responsibility, ultimately deciding to move forward and strengthen their relationship with mutual understanding. The conversation shifts to combat strategies and team dynamics. They discuss developing stylish finishing moves to enhance their battle effectiveness. The team shows enthusiasm, but questions the practicality of some suggested techniques. The newest member reflects on their unexpected alliance with the Phantom Thieves and requests training. Discussion turns to the mechanics of their operation, particularly the smartphone navigation app used to access the metaverse. Critical questions about server security and access history raise new concerns about their methods. A mysterious app appeared spontaneously on someone's phone, leading to discussion about data security. The group determines this is no ordinary app, as it enables access to another world. While they don't fully understand it yet, they believe their information remains secure since SIS is unaware of the Phantom Thieves' identities. The team faces an urgent mission to prevent the release of compromising photos to the public. They view this as an opportunity to gain public admiration by taking down their target before the deadline. The group maintains optimism about their chances of success. A new member joins the team and needs a code name. After rejecting suggestions like shoulder pads, rider, and fixer, the group settles on Queen, which perfectly captures her empress-like qualities. The name receives unanimous approval. Queen takes charge by inquiring about mission strategy, only to discover the team operates without formal plans. She establishes herself as the team strategist, offering to analyze information and give orders. The team readily accepts her leadership role. The team encounters shadow watchdogs that could potentially track them down. Despite initial concerns, they see this as an opportunity to showcase their special finishing moves. The situation escalates when they're spotted, leading to an intense confrontation. The group locates their objective and discusses the need for a calling card to materialize their target. Queen quickly grasps the concept, impressing her teammates. The timing of the calling card deployment is left to Joker's discretion. A fusion alarm system is introduced as a rehabilitation tool. It strengthens fused personas but carries increased risk of accidents during executions. The alarm activates after multiple battles, requiring immediate attention when triggered. Ryuji and Makoto discuss developing a new special team attack inspired by video games. Initially hesitant, Ryuji shares his idea, and Makoto surprisingly supports it, encouraging them to push themselves harder to master this new technique. The team prepares to send their calling card to Junior Kaneshiro, condemning his exploitation of minors through scams. The message is distributed throughout the city and online, causing public buzz while Kaneshiro responds with threats to his subordinates. The team strategically places calling cards in Shibuya, with Queen receiving praise for her tactical thinking. They prepare to face Kaneshiro, with the new member expressing determination to fight against corrupt adults. Inside Kaneshiro's palace, they find a newly appeared safe. Kaneshiro confronts them, defending his actions as part of the world's natural hierarchy. He justifies exploiting others based on his own past struggles. The confrontation escalates as Kaneshiro dismisses their moral arguments, viewing his victims as fools who deserve to be exploited. He threatens to enslave the group, leading to an intense showdown as the team prepares to fight. A tense confrontation begins as a group faces off against some rash and reckless youngsters. The situation quickly escalates when a guardian robot appears on the scene, setting up an intense showdown. The atmosphere is charged with anticipation as both sides prepare for battle. The Guardian robot is revealed to be a pig-like creation called Y-fold Defendant, or Petron. The mechanical beast presents itself as a formidable opponent, causing concern among the group. Its imposing size and capabilities make it clear this won't be an easy fight. The team strategizes their approach, with Joker taking point as the leader. They recognize the robot's massive size poses a serious threat, especially if they become fatigued. The group maintains communication to avoid being caught at a disadvantage during the battle. The robot, now identified as Pachutin and B-Byte-2, undergoes a dramatic transformation into something called Hertron and Super BIP-4. The situation becomes more dangerous as the machine displays new capabilities, including a rolling attack that threatens to crush the team. The battle takes an unexpected turn when money becomes a factor. The opponent pulls out a surprise move by hiring powerful reinforcements using cash. These new enemies form what is claimed to be an invincible wall, adding another layer of complexity to the fight. The team faces a major obstacle, with the enemy's shield move proving particularly troublesome. They acknowledge the hired minion's strength, but develop a clever strategy, putting them to sleep to neutralize their defensive capabilities. This tactical approach seems promising. The sleep strategy begins to work as the reinforcements show signs of confusion and drowsiness. The carefully planned tactic starts paying off, with the previously invincible wall of enemies becoming disoriented and less effective in their defense. The battle reaches its climax with a dramatic comeback attempt. Both sides continue to exchange attacks in an intense back-and-forth struggle, with the outcome hanging in the balance. The fighting remains fierce as each side refuses to back down. A tense confrontation unfolds over stolen money. The perpetrator tries to justify their actions by claiming to be a victim of society, but these excuses are quickly dismissed as pathetic. The focus is on addressing their distorted heart and ensuring they make amends for their crimes. A crucial revelation emerges about a mysterious criminal who is exploiting the metaverse for their own gain. This person is apparently causing psychotic breakdowns and mental shutdowns without any regard for consequences. The situation seems connected to previous events involving Matarame's shadow. The group successfully captures a large treasure, though the process is somewhat chaotic. The excitement leads to some amusing moments and minor mishaps, but everyone manages to escape safely despite drawing attention to themselves. The next steps involve waiting for Kaneshiro's change of heart while laying low. The team discusses the concerning revelation about someone else using the metaverse for criminal purposes, though they decide to focus on their current situation first. A deeper discussion explores why people often turn a blind eye to obvious wrongdoing in society. The conversation touches on human weakness and the lack of courage to stand up against evil, leading to some personal reflection about humanity and identity. A mysterious master commends the defeat of the gluttonous fiend and warns about another person with similar powers. This encounter seems significant for future events and personal growth, resulting in the granting of a new ability. Makoto reports that Kaneshiro has called off the debt and disposed of compromising photographs. He has been taken into custody, suggesting their mission may have succeeded in changing his heart. Makoto reflects on her role as an honor student and student council president, acknowledging her limitations in handling real-world problems. She expresses a desire to broaden her horizons and better understand her peers beyond just academic excellence. The scene shifts to an arcade, where Makoto experiences this social space for the first time. She discovers new perspectives through gaming and realizes the value of stepping outside her comfort zone. The experience leads her to request future guidance in understanding different aspects of life beyond her studies. A discussion begins about being useful to the Phantom Thieves, particularly in analyzing enemies and overcoming obstacles. This leads to the formation of a new bond represented by the priest persona, bringing new powers and abilities. A conversation about visiting a location to investigate reports of a student being spotted there. The scene shifts to discussing being on time and managing commitments between school and television work related to the Phantom Thieves. At a bar, a reporter discusses becoming the beat reporter for the Phantom Thieves stories. They negotiate an information-sharing arrangement, leading to the formation of a devil persona bond that promises new power and freedom. A shogi match takes place where a skilled player teaches a novice. Despite the beginner's lack of experience, they form an agreement to become practice partners, with the expert offering to teach in exchange for help researching new moves. A discussion about the sophistication of the Phantom Thieves' methods suggests they had professional help. This leads to the formation of a star persona bond, bringing new abilities and powers. The aftermath of Kaneshiro's confession is discussed, raising questions about the morality of changing hearts and the proper attribution of credit between the police and the Phantom Thieves. The group celebrates Kaneshiro's confession while discussing their growing popularity. Plans for celebration are interrupted by reminders about upcoming final exams and the need to maintain their academic performance. A heated discussion occurs about the justice of the Phantom Thieves, with someone defending their principles despite pressure to continue investigating them. This leads to tension with authority figures. The scene concludes with a conversation between siblings about the purpose of studying and success in a competitive society, while news about Kaneshiro's confession plays in the background. A tense situation unfolds regarding an unexpected confession and a missed opportunity for promotion. The confession seemed out of character and impossible, leading to frustration about not being able to take credit for the arrest. Family dynamics are strained, with mentions of changes in personality and finding belonging. The discussion turns to Makoto and their involvement with the police investigation. There are questions about whether Makoto was evading law enforcement during an arrest. The conversation reveals that discussions about investigations became more frequent during the summer months. A critical detail emerges about someone else using the metaverse besides the Phantom Thieves. Concerns arise about potential blame shifting, but the elaborate nature of the story leads to two possibilities. Either the story is fabricated or everything stated is truthful. A significant moment occurs with the formation of a new bond, the judgment persona. This represents a turning point in trust and understanding between parties, promising new power and freedom. The development marks a crucial evolution in the relationship. The conversation shifts to discussing the Phantom Thieves' growing public support and their successful takedown of a challenging target. Questions arise about whether their actions truly represent justice, particularly in relation to mental shutdown incidents and their similarities to heart changes. The scene changes to a casual meeting involving multiple characters. One person reveals their connection to a TV station through their father's work as a director, leading to discussions about media appearances and professional relationships. A celebration is planned at a cafe to commemorate someone's selection as a club representative. The conversation reveals interesting details about personal habits, like drinking hot beverages in summer for athletic reasons and public personas versus private behavior. The discussion turns philosophical about the Phantom Thieves. A compelling argument is made that while helping others is admirable, society shouldn't rely too heavily on the Phantom Thieves, as it might prevent people from developing their own problem-solving abilities. Academic stress becomes the focus as students discuss exam difficulties. There's mention of special treatment for honor students, particularly regarding exam scheduling, creating some tension among peers. A counselor raises concerns about expectations and special treatment, discussing how high expectations can turn to anger when not met. The conversation explores the limitations of therapy and the need for more fundamental solutions to help people. A group is discussing their next plans while looking forward to a celebration party. They agree to meet up in Shibuya at 5 p.m. for the fireworks festival on the 18th. The conversation reveals their excitement about upcoming festivities while being mindful of their future objectives. Two friends discuss a new battle tactic idea. One presents a detailed plan aiming to add beauty to combat. The other is totally stoked about it, calling it badass and suggesting they consult with Jose about implementing it. Their conversation leads to growing hunger. At a crowded summer festival, the group encounters a TV crew while trying to get kebabs. To avoid being filmed, they give intentionally awkward interviews about the weather and their food preferences. The crew quickly moves on, and they successfully dodge unwanted attention. Despite the intense heat and massive crowds at the food stalls, the group perseveres through long lines. Though most good food is sold out and they're super hungry, the festive atmosphere makes everything taste better. They decide to check out a construction site for a new stadium. During lunch, Yoshizawa opens up about her struggles with gymnastics performance and reveals the loss of her sister in an accident. Despite feeling down about her progress, she finds renewed determination to train harder and achieve their shared dream of winning international competitions. The scene shifts to a crowded train headed to the fireworks festival. The heat is intense, and the train is packed like rush hour. Some girls are running late due to putting on yukatas, and there's discussion about appropriate festival attire. Unfortunately, rain begins to fall, forcing everyone to seek shelter. The festival crowd crams under cover, and they spot someone familiar in a black car. The weather ruins their plans, leading to disappointment about their failed festivities. The scene changes to a tense conversation over drinks, with one party refusing to share information despite pressure. As closing time approaches, attention turns to news about the Phantom Thieves and a message from the hacktivist group Medjed. A casual discussion about an unfolding situation takes place. There are concerns about growing influence and serious consequences related to the Phantom Thieves' activities. Despite the heavy atmosphere, some people are struggling with their studies and trying to deflect blame for poor academic performance. The conversation shifts to a more urgent topic involving Mishima and an internet-related inquiry about a group called Medjed. These hackers initially claimed to fight for justice, but have become self-serving. The group remains mysterious with unknown membership, though their activities are causing quite a stir. An emergency school assembly is announced for Monday, the 25th, just before summer vacation. The principal wants teachers to warn students about recent concerning events, including psychotic breakdowns and criminal activities affecting students. The timing is inconvenient for everyone involved. The summer heat is intense, and Medjed's sudden targeting of the Phantom Thieves has created buzz. Public opinion seems split. Some are entertained, while others are concerned about the implications. The Phantom Thieves' influence has grown beyond expectations, leading to various reactions from different groups. A mysterious message reveals someone knows about the Phantom Thieves' identities. The team discovers they can't reply to the message, suggesting possible hacking. There's debate about whether to trust this unknown contact, who goes by Alibaba and seems to have detailed knowledge of their activities. Breaking news announces Medjed's claimed victory over the Phantom Thieves. They threaten to punish supporters by confiscating possessions and personal information. The team is frustrated about being targeted and worried about the implications for their supporters. A mysterious calling card appears, possibly from Alibaba. The team realizes this might be the tool Alibaba mentioned earlier. They decide to wait for further instructions while remaining cautious about their next moves. The name Futaba Sakura emerges as a significant lead, possibly connected to Boss. The team decides to investigate this connection carefully while keeping their identities secret. They plan to gather information from locals who might know about Futaba's relationship to Boss. The existence of Futaba is confirmed, though they seem to have significant personal issues. There are connections between Alibaba and LeBlanc, plus mysterious mentions of cognitive science. The situation is delicate, since pressing for more information could result in getting thrown out. A discussion about Alibaba reveals they cannot meet in person or go out. The whole operation suddenly shuts down without explanation. This leaves questions about dealing with Medjed without Alibaba's help. Some speculate Medjed may have backed out due to fear of having their hearts changed. The mood lightens as discussion turns to Kaneshiro's treasure, which netted 150,000 yen. The group decides to celebrate their worldwide debut with high-end sushi. There's playful banter about proper sushi eating techniques and making the most of their earnings. A separate conversation reveals concerns about the Phantom Thieves making mockery of authority figures and Medjed's declaration of war. There is speculation about overlap between ongoing cases and the Phantom Thieves' actions, particularly regarding sudden changes of heart. Some suspect terrorist actions through psychotic breakdowns. The scene shifts to a luxurious sushi dinner where the group enjoys premium dishes like flounder. The conversation returns to concerns about potential abuse allegations, though investigation through the nav system shows no hits. Wild theories about family dynamics are dismissed as imagination running wild. An unexpected encounter with Akechi, a rookie detective, creates tension. He reveals he's investigating the Phantom Thieves and makes concerning observations about the group's connections to previous incidents. The situation becomes more complex when Medjed updates their website with a new declaration. The group processes the encounter with Akechi, worried he might have figured out their identities. They decide to maintain normal behavior while staying cautious, acknowledging that Alibaba had previously discovered their identities. The situation with Medjed continues to escalate, adding to their concerns. A threat is issued to cleanse Japan starting August 21st, promising devastating economic damage. The group identifies themselves as Medjed and offers the Phantom Thieves one last chance to avoid this attack by revealing their identities publicly. They claim to be unseen vigilantes focused on eliminating evil. The group discusses their limited options for dealing with the Medjed threat. They determine their only path forward is to contact Alibaba, but face difficulties since communication was cut off after a misunderstanding. They theorize that successfully stealing Futaba's heart could lead to renewed contact with Alibaba. A breakthrough realization occurs. Evidence suggests Alibaba and Futaba may actually be the same person. The ability to deliver calling cards and monitor Futaba's condition, combined with the reluctance to meet in person, points to this connection. This means Futaba is essentially requesting to have her own heart stolen. The group decides to visit Boss late at night, using takeout sushi as a pretense. Upon arrival, they find the lights on but no answer at the door. Discovering the gate and door slightly open, they cautiously enter due to approaching rain, worried about boss' potential condition. Inside the house, the group encounters mysterious screams and presence, creating a tense atmosphere. Their investigation is suddenly interrupted by boss' return home, leading to an awkward confrontation as they try to explain their presence in his house. The conversation continues with boss describing Futaba's current condition. She experiences hallucinations, believing she hears voices and sees her mother. She has become a complete shut-in, refusing to leave her room or see doctors. Boss maintains a hands-off approach, prioritizing Futaba's sense of safety and comfort. After leaving, the group processes the revelations about Futaba. They confirm she has a palace despite not being evil, suggesting her desire to have her heart stolen stems from unresolved trauma about her mother's death. The discussion wraps up as they plan to meet after an upcoming school assembly about the Phantom Thieves situation. Morgana returns after investigating Boss House independently, demonstrating impressive information-gathering abilities. This investigation provides additional context for understanding Futaba's situation and planning their next moves. The group discusses their new ally, Alibaba, who turns out to be a young female with impressive hacking abilities. Despite her youth, she has demonstrated significant skill by intercepting conversations and potentially having useful information about Medjed. The team decides they need to rely on her expertise to handle the Medjed situation. During an investigation, questions arise about why the group chose to deal with someone unrelated to Medjed while under threat. The investigation confirms details about the Sakura family, lending credibility to the testimony. The location of the Phantom Thieves' hideout, being at Wakaba Ishiki's daughter's home, is noted as an interesting coincidence. The team gathers to discuss Futaba's case. They learn she has been monitoring conversations at LeBlanc Cafe for unknown reasons. Her hacking abilities are deemed essential for confronting Medjed. They discover Futaba has a palace, which is unusual since she isn't evil. Rather, her palace stems from distorted cognitions caused by past trauma. The group begins working on identifying keywords to access Futaba's palace. They have two components, Futaba Sakura and Sojiro Sakura's house, but need to determine the final piece. They decide to visit the house while being careful not to raise Sojiro's suspicions. Upon reaching the pyramid, they encounter Futaba's shadow dressed like a queen. The shadow speaks cryptically about those who would plunder her tomb and challenges them to try stealing her treasure. The encounter takes a dark turn as accusing voices begin echoing, calling someone a murderer. A deeply emotional scene unfolds, revealing feelings of guilt and self-blame over a mother's death. The atmosphere is heavy with grief and anguish as internal demons surface, leading to desperate cries for help during what seems like a mental breakdown. A deadline of August 21st approaches for dealing with cyber terrorists called Medjed. The group discusses helping someone named Futaba Sakura before the 19th. They decide to make a new hideout to avoid constant travel to Shibuya, though caution is needed to avoid discovery. The group reflects on their wild summer vacation, dealing with international hackers and exploring a pyramid. Some lighthearted banter about inappropriate staring leads to discussion about the pyramid's impressive architecture. However, underlying tension remains about the group's survival. A deal is proposed regarding a stolen map from a nearby town. After retrieving it, surprisingly, they are allowed to keep it. This leads to a dramatic quicksand trap, highlighting trust issues and defense mechanisms pushing others away due to past trauma. The group discovers murals depicting painful memories between a mother and child. They reveal a troubled relationship with signs of maternal neurosis, where a lonely child sought attention while the mother struggled with supporting them, ultimately leading to tragedy. A special ritual using gallows to strengthen abilities is granted as reward for rehabilitation progress. An artistic endeavor transforms a card into something meaningful, leading to a new partnership represented by the Emperor persona. Plans are made to deliver a calling card directly to Futaba, requiring immediate action afterward. The group strategizes how to gain access to Futaba's locked room, deciding honest communication about their intentions to help might convince her to let them in. A mysterious eyeball appears, leading to a confrontation with another self. This entity challenges Futaba to face the truth about her mother's death and questions her reliance on the Phantom Thieves, threatening consequences if she continues to avoid reality. The group is trying to convince Alibaba, Futaba, to open her door, explaining they need access to change her heart. Despite their attempts at persuasion and promises, Futaba remains resistant and keeps the door closed. The situation feels tense, but not threatening as they try different approaches to gain her trust. After getting inside Futaba's room, they discover it filled with technical books on various subjects like medical science, IT, biology, and psychology. The space seems to reflect someone who spends most of their time isolated. Futaba surprisingly demonstrates knowledge about the cognitive world, though she remains physically hidden. The conversation reveals that Futaba's mother was involved in cognitive science research. Futaba becomes evasive when questioned about her mother's work and death. The topic appears to be deeply traumatic for her, with hints at complicated feelings of guilt and responsibility regarding her mother's passing. There is a detailed discussion about accessing the cognitive world through a smartphone app that requires 3 pieces of info: a name, place, and distortion. Futaba expresses interest in joining them despite their reservations. They provide her with a calling card that must be read to proceed. In the cognitive world, Futaba is forced to confront painful memories, including her mother's suicide note and final moments. However, when examining these memories closely, inconsistencies emerge between her guilt-ridden recollections and what actually happened. Her mother appears to have been loving rather than resentful. The cognitive version of Futaba's mother appears as a monstrous entity, representing Futaba's distorted guilt and self-blame. This manifestation cruelly declares that Futaba should never have been born and was a burden to her research. The group realizes this negative image comes from Futaba's own distorted cognition rather than reality. The group concludes that Futaba's palace emerged from her belief that she killed her mother and deserves death. They suggest her memories may be false and imprinted, contrasting with boss Sojiro's account of a mother who did her best to raise Futaba alone. This revelation begins to challenge Futaba's long-held beliefs about her mother's death. A dramatic confrontation unfolds between a girl named Futaba and what appears to be her mother's shadow. The shadow accuses Futaba of causing her mother's suicide and destroying her research. These harsh accusations reveal deep emotional trauma from Futaba's past. The truth begins to emerge as Futaba realizes her mother's suicide note was forged by men in black suits. The shadow confirms that corrupt adults used and manipulated young Futaba, falsely blaming her for her mother's death. This revelation sparks anger and defiance in Futaba. Futaba takes a stand against the shadow, refusing to believe its lies anymore. She declares she will trust her own heart and eyes to find the truth. This marks a turning point as Futaba begins to break free from the guilt and deception that trapped her. The emotional climax builds as Futaba declares her continued love for her real mother while rejecting this imposter. She asserts her independence, refusing to live a life controlled by others. the group launches a coordinated attack against the shadow. A touching scene occurs where the real cognitive image of Futaba's mother appears, thanking Futaba for remembering her true self. They share a brief but meaningful goodbye as Futaba prepares to return to reality, having faced and overcome her past trauma. The group realizes Futaba herself was the treasure of this cognitive palace. Her awakening to her true self causes the palace to begin collapsing, forcing everyone to make a dramatic escape back to the real world. The scene ends on a poignant note as Futaba's guardian remembers her mother Wakaba on the anniversary of her death. He reflects on how similar Futaba is to her mother and questions why Wakaba had to die so suddenly when her life seemed so fulfilling. The scene shifts to a new day where Futaba shows signs of remaining cautious around others. Meanwhile, political commentary on TV discusses the government's response to the Phantom Thieves, with a politician advocating for major systemic changes to create a more peaceful society. The investigation delves deeper into connections between Wakaba Ishiki's death, research theft, and mysterious psychotic breakdown incidents. These events from 2 years ago are suspected to be part of a larger conspiracy, possibly involving another Metaverse user. The focus intensifies on understanding these connections. The mood lightens as characters discuss everyday experiences, including visiting shops and trying different foods. This casual conversation provides a brief respite from the serious investigation. There is an appreciation expressed for how the modern world can fulfill various desires through commerce. A mysterious master figure praises progress in rehabilitation and acknowledges the successful helping of a troubled girl. They discuss the implications of stolen research being used maliciously and grant new power while warning against lowering guards. The interaction carries an air of formality and importance. The discussion shifts to appreciating the versatility of the collectible figures for recreating dramatic scenes. The Neo figure is praised for having the best transforming suit. An observation is made that Futaba engages naturally in conversation when discussing topics that interest her. Plans are made for Futaba's social development, suggesting she spend time in someone else's room. Though some think this goal might be too ambitious, arrangements are made for tomorrow with An and Ryuji. There is debate about whether Futaba should wear her mask. Friends arrive with lots of snacks for a summer vacation hangout. Futaba makes a dramatic entrance wearing her mask, startling some people. Despite initial awkwardness, the group settles in for what promises to be a lively gathering. The group engages in casual conversation, including amusing debates about dating experiences and wedding dresses. People note that Futaba seems to be communicating normally, though she expresses uncertainty about what normal means. Plans are made for Futaba to help at the cafe, though she initially resists the idea of dealing with customers during lunch rush. A compromise is reached where she can work in the back drying plates instead of direct customer service. At the cafe, Futaba attempts customer service while wearing her mask, bringing coffee to customers. Despite some initial awkwardness and reminders about proper service etiquette, she manages to complete the task successfully. The girls arrive late after shopping for a swimsuit for Futaba. Despite her initial reluctance, they help her try it on and make adjustments, leading to enthusiastic approval from the group about how it looks. A detective named Akechi visits the cafe, creating some tension. He reveals personal details about his challenging childhood and discusses the Phantom Thieves. Futaba handles the interaction well, even making a comment about his detective's celebrity status. The day concludes with Futaba expressing interest in lighting fireworks. She had successfully gone shopping on her own, impressing others with her growing independence and ability to handle social situations, including her interaction with the detective. During lunchtime, there is discussion about food choices, including squid. Some show hesitation about certain foods, while others embrace their usual comfort foods. The group dynamic shows varying comfort levels with different meal options. The mood shifts as members sense they are being watched, creating an atmosphere of unease. Their beach experience takes an unexpected turn with this development. An amusing incident occurs involving someone buying lobsters with their last money, demonstrating impulsive but artistic-minded decision-making. This adds a lighthearted moment to their beach experience. As the day winds down, the group reflects on their beach experience, noting it was worthwhile. They observe positive developments in Futaba's ability to handle crowds, marking progress in her social comfort. Futaba shares a deeply personal story about her past, her mother's death, and her subsequent withdrawal from the world. She explains how grief and accusations led to her isolation and desire to escape reality through sleep. The conversation turns to cognitive science and its connection to their current situation. Futaba reveals her mother had knowledge of these concepts, drawing parallels between scientific research and their present experiences. A new team member expresses their desire to join, revealing their true motivation is to investigate their mother's death. They believe their mother was killed, and her research about the cognitive world was covered up by mysterious men in black suits who presented a fake suicide note. The mother had displayed strange behavior before her death, appearing unresponsive and collapsing into the road. The new member explains they developed hacking skills while investigating their mother's research, accessing classified data from various labs. Though their reason for joining is personal, seeking information about the cognitive world and the men in black, the team welcomes them warmly, recognizing their valuable abilities. The team discusses code names, explaining they use them to maintain secrecy. After rejecting suggestions like mech and goggles, Futaba chooses Oracle as her code name, stating she will guide the team to victory with her vision. The team is surprised to discover their paths crossing, Phantom Thieves meeting a Metaverse researcher's daughter. The scene shifts to students discussing a female gymnast named Yoshizawa from their school. Despite high expectations, her recent competition results were disappointing. Rumors surface about the school potentially abandoning honor students who don't enhance its image, raising concerns about the institution's self-serving behavior. News coverage highlights the Phantom Thieves' growing international fame after stopping a notorious hacktivist group. The team realizes the connection between various city incidents and their new member's mother's death, acknowledging their unique position to stop those causing mental shutdowns. A heartwarming scene unfolds at a sushi restaurant where three characters share a meal. The experience triggers memories of past family outings, though the expensive bill prevents them from getting takeout for others. The new member reaffirms their determination to uncover the truth about their mother's death. Futaba opens up about feeling calmer when close to a certain person. She admits feeling like a failure for not being able to go to a game by herself, but expresses that she feels okay outside as long as she's with this particular person. She asks them to be her key item, offering to improve her navigation skills in exchange. A discussion occurs about the impressive intelligence-gathering abilities of the Phantom Thieves, specifically noting their access to a skilled hacker. This leads to a significant moment where a new bond forms, described as the birth of the hermit persona that promises freedom and new power. School life resumes with discussion of an upcoming trip to Hawaii. Students expressed typical complaints about summer vacation being too short. The Phantom Thieves' popularity continues to grow, with their fan website receiving constant attention and votes for potential targets. The group debates their next moves, discussing whether to pursue another big target or focus on investigating the mysterious person causing mental shutdowns. They consider their growing popularity and the implications of potentially revealing their identities after catching the major culprit. Drama unfolds regarding a tabloid magazine situation and attempts to gather evidence about the Phantom Thieves. There's tension around a gag order related to a case involving someone named Kamoshida, with pressure mounting to find concrete evidence. The scene opens with a casual conversation about entrance exams and reassurance that everything will be fine. The discussion then shifts to a work-related matter involving evidence storage and the challenging investigation of the Phantom Thieves case. The media attention has made it difficult to gather information from potential sources. There is talk about an upcoming school trip and arrangements for daily routines at home, including mundane discussions about toothbrushes and bath supplies. The conversation has a light, domestic feel, despite the underlying tension of academic and professional responsibilities. The conversation turns serious as new data emerges, suggesting connections between mental shutdown incidents and psychotic breakdowns. This reveals these events aren't random, but part of a larger case. The group discusses the implications and promises to bring back souvenirs from their trips. The scene transitions to airport preparations for the Hawaii trip. Despite some last-minute rushing and typical travel chaos, the group manages to gather for photos before boarding. The flight is expected to take over 6 hours, and there is excitement about the journey ahead. The group explores Waikiki, observing the clean, resort-like atmosphere, tall buildings, and clear ocean. They look up tourist information about Diamond Head and discuss local attractions and dining options, though some feel they are too focused on their phones instead of experiencing Hawaii directly. The conversation shifts to developments back home, particularly regarding the Phantom Thieves fan site rankings and the declining popularity of their critic, Akechi. Despite being on vacation, some members can't help but think about these ongoing situations. The day ends with everyone heading to bed, tired from travel. The lack of proper travel planning has resulted in using students as chaperones. The conversation shifts to discussing the Phantom Thieves fan site and their growing international recognition. Some want to return to Japan to continue their mission of fixing society rather than relaxing in Hawaii. A chance encounter reveals that another school group had their Los Angeles trip redirected to Hawaii due to severe storms. The group decides to go shopping for souvenirs for people back home, including items for Futaba and Morgana. They notice familiar elements from Japan, like Big Bang Burger expanding internationally. While some members go to buy sunscreen, others discuss local rumors about the Phantom Thieves. They encounter a third-year student who is also chaperoning the trip. The free time period comes to an end, and they head back to the hotel. The evening brings room arrangement challenges as students deal with roommate situations. Some are locked out of their rooms, while others are seeking alternative sleeping arrangements due to awkward situations with roommates and their guests. The conversation shifts to the growing international presence of the Phantom Thieves website following the Medjed case. They discuss the possibility of taking on overseas requests and the world's anticipation of their next move. Jet lag begins affecting the group. The mood becomes reflective as they discuss how much has changed in 6 months. including their rise to worldwide fame. The conversation turns personal as they discuss relationship preferences and ideal partner types, leading to some awkward moments. A serious discussion occurs about handling potential betrayal and maintaining secrecy, with plans to disguise certain actions as natural occurrences. The trip nears its end with mixed feelings about how it played out. The group expresses final disappointment about the trip's mundane nature, noting how similar it felt to being in Japan. They discuss making the most of their remaining free time in the afternoon, hoping to create more memorable experiences before departing. Friends are planning an exciting summer trip to Hawaii, specifically Waikiki Beach. They discuss potentially meeting girls during their vacation, noting that being single means they won't have relationship drama to worry about. There's some initial hesitation from one friend, but they ultimately agree to go together. Upon arriving at the beach, the guys notice lots of attractive people around. They decide to approach solo travelers who appear bored, showing enthusiasm about making memorable vacation experiences. The scene is filled with couples, which causes some frustration among the group. The group runs into their friend Yusuke at a food stand enjoying some shrimp. They attempt to chat up some women, but get rejected when the ladies express preference for older, wealthy men. The interaction becomes awkward when Phantom Thieves are mentioned, leading to a hasty retreat. After a long day of unsuccessful attempts to meet people, the group reflects on their different personalities and interests. There's discussion about whether getting into relationships might help avoid similar situations in the future. They decide to call it a night to prepare for the next day. As the trip nears its end, the group discusses how quickly time passed. While it wasn't the most thrilling vacation, they appreciate avoiding a storm and having good times together. Some gentle teasing occurs about their romantic failures, but the mood stays lighthearted. They encounter Yoshizawa, a first-year gymnast training on the island with a famous coach. She shares her dedication to improving for upcoming competitions, buying good luck charms similar to her sister's past traditions. The interaction showcases her determination despite training challenges. A discussion takes place about some unusual changes of heart and a concerning incident involving Principal Kobayakawa. The principal rarely interacted with students, making it difficult to notice any behavioral changes before the incident. The conversation suggests something significant may have occurred during a school trip. The principal's death occurred near a police station. While some defend his actions as trying to maintain peace after the Kamoshida incident, others suspect a cover-up. Speculation rises about whether the Phantom Thieves were involved, though this is strongly denied. The incident triggers debates about suicide versus foul play. Evidence emerges of data tampering on a laptop, with suspicions about Makoto's involvement. The discussion turns to the Kobayakawa case and its connection to Shujin Academy. Despite doubts, there's acknowledgement that the situation seems inconsistent with typical Phantom Thieves operations. The focus shifts to Okamura and suspicious activities surrounding his company. Questions arise about what the Phantom Thieves discovered about him and why certain events unfolded as they did. The situation becomes increasingly complex, with multiple angles to investigate. Frustrations mount over public perception and justice. Investigators connect mental shutdown cases to Okamura Foods while dealing with internal pressure about aggressive investigation tactics. Questions arise about proper protocol versus necessary action. News breaks about vandalism at Okamura Foods headquarters, including shattered windows and destroyed property. The incident occurs without clear signs of break-in, complicating culprit identification. The group explores Okamura's corporate headquarters, noting its massive scale. Discussion centers on palace keywords and space themes, connecting to Big Bang Burger branding. The team prepares to investigate while facing increased security threats. A group discovers numerous robots with the Big Bang Burger logo in what appears to be some kind of facility. The robots are making stern announcements about work shifts and compensation, showing a very rigid and controlling atmosphere. The robots speak in an authoritarian way about adherence to shifts and lack of compensation for those who quit. It becomes clear these robots represent how Okumura, the CEO, views his workers as mere machines to be controlled. The robots appear to be part of Okumura's cognition, revealing his true perspective of seeing employees as nothing more than automated workers he can exploit. The group continues searching for someone named Mona, but encounters a locked door they cannot pass through. This creates an early roadblock in their mission, suggesting Mona must be somewhere before this point if they are in the palace. A mysterious figure appears, wearing black clothing, leading to speculation about whether this is the person responsible for recent brain-dead victims. The figure is revealed to be Mona, who has partnered with someone calling themselves the Beauty Thief. An awkward confrontation occurs as the Beauty Thief makes dramatic declarations about taking treasure and questioning the group's qualifications as Phantom Thieves. The tension dissipates due to the theatrical and somewhat amateur nature of their presentation. After a chase sequence, the group regroups to discuss the identity of the Beauty Thief. They speculate she might be a student at Shujin School and decide to check student records to identify her, while also investigating Okumura Food's connection to mental shutdowns. The group identifies the Beauty Thief as Haru Okumura, daughter of the CEO. This explains how she could access biometric locks in the facility. They decide to confront her directly about her involvement. When confronted, Haru explains she met Morgana by chance and entered the metaverse, hoping to change her father's behavior. She expresses doubts about her father's management and refuses to work with the group, criticizing their lack of clear purpose. A scene shows Haru at home with her father, who discusses his political ambitions and dismisses the Phantom Thieves as jealous masses. He pressures Haru about maintaining connections with an influential politician's son for business purposes. The group attempts to reconcile with Morgana, but the situation becomes tense. Despite attempts at apology, particularly regarding previous harsh words, Morgana remains stubborn and challenges the group to catch him, refusing to simply return without proving themselves. A tense situation unfolds as a group realizes they have fallen for a classic deception. There is confusion about missing people and concerns about a disadvantageous position due to lack of transportation. The atmosphere is filled with frustration and urgency as they search for someone who appears to have disappeared. A confrontation erupts involving Haru, who is being harassed. The situation quickly escalates into a physical altercation where Haru needs to be defended. Someone tries to pass it off as a lover's quarrel, claiming to be Haru's fiancé, but it's clearly an unwanted and aggressive encounter. A heartfelt conversation reveals deep personal struggles about belonging and identity. Someone expresses feeling useless and suggests splitting up from the group, but others push back, pointing out their true desires to stay together. The discussion touches on themes of honesty and finding one's place. A guardian expresses concern about bringing another person home. The scene shifts to a warm group meal, with someone noting how long it's been since they've enjoyed dining with others. There's discussion about going home before it's too late and exchanging contact information. A controlling father figure appears, criticizing choices in friends and enforcing strict rules. He mentions being busy with company matters and shows little interest in understanding the situation. The atmosphere is tense as personal autonomy is restricted. Strategic planning begins as the group discusses targeting a CEO. They acknowledge varying skill levels within the team and address negative public comments about their activities. The focus shifts to gathering intelligence and preparing for their next major operation. A touching revelation about Haru's past emerges. She shares her childhood experiences of people being kind only for personal gain, and her admiration for superhero figures who fought selflessly for others. The group supports her idealistic vision. The situation takes a dramatic turn with an unexpected confrontation. A complex scenario involving cognition and phantom thieves unfolds, leading to a tense standoff where betrayal and forgiveness become central themes. A tense confrontation unfolds between a father and daughter at the Okamura company. The father embodies a ruthless business philosophy focused solely on gains and losses, treating people like disposable tools. He believes virtue and sentiment are for losers, seeing everything, including relationships, as mere stepping stones for advancement into the political world. The situation escalates as it's revealed the daughter was raised under the company's wealth and was being forced into a political marriage. When she protests, her father cruelly declares her only value is as a bargaining chip for his ambitions. The prospective husband makes vulgar suggestions about keeping her as a lover rather than wife. In a dramatic moment, the daughter finally breaks free from her father's control, awakening to her true inner power. She declares she will no longer be his subservient puppet. Her father coldly dismisses her as worthless in response. The Phantom Thieves appear, ready to help her stand against the corruption. The daughter joins the Phantom Thieves under the code name Noir, chosen to reflect both her desire for justice and acknowledgement of operating outside the law. The team welcomes her while explaining that cognitive beings in the palace don't affect their real-world counterparts. They spot their target, the treasure, in a distant building. A special ritual called public execution is introduced, allowing for cooperation between Phantom Thieves in different worlds. This fusion method grants access to unique persona powers. The team is advised to use this tool wisely as part of their ongoing mission. The team discusses cognitive versions of people in palaces, explaining how they can appear differently from their real counterparts. They prepare Noir for her role, teaching her about palace mechanics and Phantom Thief operations. The conversation reveals the complex nature of cognition in these supernatural spaces. A calling card is delivered to Okamura, declaring the Phantom Thief's intention to make him confess his crimes. Unexpectedly, he responds by involving the police, suggesting possible collusion. The public's reaction shows they view the situation as entertainment concerning some team members who worry their message is being lost. Despite reservations about public perception, the team commits to their mission. They recognize that Okamura may be connected to mysterious mental collapses and is hiding something significant. With the calling card already sent, they prepare for their standard treasure-stealing operation, determined to see it through. An emergency launch sequence announcement warns everyone to evacuate immediately as certain areas may be destroyed. The facility is going into lockdown mode with limited time to escape. The tension builds as alarms blare and chaos starts to unfold. The CEO is confronted and initially claims to have a change of heart. He speaks to Haru about her childhood, remembering how she used to cry when he missed her events and wanted to bring joy through food. However, this apparent remorse quickly reveals itself to be deceptive. The CEO reveals his true nature, stating that overcoming failure at any cost is their family motto. He dismisses virtues and sentiments as weaknesses, caring only about profit and power. He offers Haru a choice to either join him or face destruction with the others. The CEO tries to bribe others to betray their friends, offering them a chance to escape. His offer is firmly rejected as money and fame cannot replace true friendship and loyalty. This leads to an intense confrontation as the CEO becomes increasingly hostile. A battle breaks out with the CEO's elite employees acting as shields. The cognitive version of Haru appears, revealing how her father sees her as merely an obedient puppet. Multiple waves of employees attack as the CEO boasts about solving problems through sheer manpower. After being defeated, the CEO breaks down and admits to being involved in corporate sabotage. He confesses to paying for competitor eliminations through a mysterious contract, but claims he didn't personally carry out the attacks. Time starts running out as evacuation warnings sound. The group makes a dramatic escape with the CEO's treasure, a plastic model kit. This item reveals the CEO's childhood trauma, where his family's financial struggles and his grandfather's poor business decisions shaped his later ruthless pursuit of wealth and success at any cost. A sinister plot is revealed regarding the mental shutdowns. The perpetrators discuss targeting Okumura, viewing his removal as beneficial since he was becoming a liability. They plan to cause a mental shutdown at an opportune moment, eliminating both Okumura and the Phantom Thieves simultaneously. A heartfelt conversation occurs about personal growth and finding purpose. The focus is on overcoming self-doubt and discovering genuine motivation through helping others achieve happiness. There's acknowledgement that being part of the Phantom Thieves provides direction and meaning. A warning is issued about the dangers of reaching the peak of power, suggesting that success could lead to an unexpected downfall. The rehabilitation process appears to be progressing well, with growing abilities and strengthening relationships noted. A teacher reflects on their improving relationship with students and personal growth. They discuss the importance of proper nutrition and cleanliness while maintaining a casual teaching style. The conversation reveals awareness of the Phantom Thieves' activities, but promises discretion. A tense discussion about Yoshisawa's academic standing takes place. School administration threatens to revoke her honor student status due to achieving only third place in competitions. The pressure for first place results highlights the school's focus on prestige over student well-being. Concern grows over Yoshisawa's emotional state after receiving difficult news. A lost good luck charm leads to attempts to contact her, with signs pointing to her being at the stadium, a place she visits when feeling down. Yoshisawa struggles with feelings of worthlessness and being a burden to others. The scene shifts to a mysterious stadium location, leading to an unexpected activation of some kind of navigation system. The environment transforms into a palace-like setting, creating concern for Yoshisawa's safety since she lacks fighting abilities. A confrontation begins with a mysterious entity pushing Yoshisawa towards some kind of acceptance. The situation escalates into a tense confrontation. Multiple voices echo criticisms about special treatment and academic performance. These voices seem to be targeting Yoshisawa, revealing the pressure and judgment she faces from various sources. An intense emotional confrontation breaks out as frustrations about performance and pressure come to a boiling point. The scene is charged with feelings of inadequacy and defiance, culminating in a passionate declaration of identity and determination to pursue dreams despite criticism. A dramatic transformation occurs with the awakening of a powerful new persona called Cendrillon. This leads to an exciting confrontation filled with determination and newfound strength, showcasing the emergence of special abilities and powers. After returning from the Metaverse, there is confusion about the sudden clothing changes and location shift. A detailed explanation follows about the nature of the metaverse, palaces, and personas, including an introduction to Morgana, who reveals their non-cat identity. The story behind recent events unfolds, revealing struggles with gymnastics performance, school pressure, and potential loss of honors status. Despite these challenges, there is a renewed sense of determination and confidence after the metaverse experience. A lunch gathering occurs with noticeable changes in attitude and behavior being observed. The conversation reveals personal growth and newfound confidence, with gratitude expressed for support received from others. The setting moves to a gardening scene where Haru and others are working on a flower arrangement project. Yusuke contributes artistic expertise while maintaining aesthetic balance in the garden design. Plans for celebration events are discussed, including both a school festival and a separate welcoming party. The conversation leads to an ambitious suggestion about having a night party at Destiny Land, showcasing the group's excitement for future celebrations. An exciting discussion about holding an event at Destiny Land theme park takes place. The entire park has already been booked for a company party that was canceled due to a scandal, so it can be used instead. Though the price is steep, it won't be an issue since it's still under the company name. Everyone is super stoked about this amazing opportunity. The group enjoys an incredible VIP dining experience at the park with artistically plated food and spectacular views. The setting is totally romantic, with special lighting just for them. Everyone is acting like excited kids at the exclusive private rental, where they have the whole kingdom of dreams to themselves. During a press conference, a major corporate announcement takes place. The CEO admits to forcing harsh working conditions, poor sanitation, and covering up scandals. When questioned about mysterious illnesses causing employee resignations and issues with competing companies, he begins to make a critical announcement, but suddenly collapses. The CEO's collapse causes major concern and confusion. The group discusses whether they could be responsible, noting that previous similar situations had worked out fine. One person recalls it being similar to what happened to their mom. Plans are disrupted, and everyone decides to head home. A discussion occurs, suggesting the Phantom Thieves may have caused the mental shutdown of Okamura after a potential falling out. However, evidence points to someone else being responsible. There's also concern about unauthorized data transfer from a laptop, creating tension between investigators. A mysterious master congratulates the group on their recent success, but notes something unusual has occurred that could impact rehabilitation. Meanwhile, investigators find calling cards at multiple locations, but struggle to gather concrete evidence about the Phantom Thieves' involvement. The investigation reveals that neither Okamura's death nor the school principal's death was caused by the main group. The complex explanation involving the metaverse actually aligns with official investigations, suggesting truthfulness rather than deception. Behind the scenes, manipulators discuss setting up the Phantom Thieves as criminals. Public opinion has shifted dramatically, with people now accusing them of killing President Okamura, marking a major turn of events. A tense discussion unfolds about a dramatic shift in public perception, with accusations of murder being thrown around. The situation feels overwhelming as the group grapples with their inability to defend themselves against these serious allegations. Haru arrives late to the meeting and brings concerning news about a calling card found in the principal's office. A prosecutor named Niijima had visited her home, raising suspicions about potential setup by the real culprit behind recent events. Rumors spread through the school about the Phantom Thieves being murderers. Students discuss the deaths of both the CEO and Principal Kobayakawa, with increasing fear and suspicion that the culprits might be among them. Haru opens up about her gardening hobby, which helps her cope with stress. She shows off her homegrown vegetables and expresses interest in getting feedback from Sakura at the cafe, finding comfort in having someone her age to talk to. After midterms, Futaba shares crucial information about the Medjed incident. She discovers the code was actually cut and pasted, suggesting an imposter rather than the real Medjed group, pointing to a possible setup. Investigation reveals tampering with the Phantom Aficionado website, including artificially inflated rankings and access numbers. This suggests a calculated plan to manipulate public opinion, particularly regarding President Okamura's targeting. The group realizes they might have been manipulated for months, but lacks concrete evidence. They decide to focus on finding clues rather than jumping to conclusions, acknowledging the dangerous nature of their unknown enemy. The scene shifts to a prosecutor being assigned to lead the Phantom Thieves investigation. Given full authority over personnel and police resources, they accept the mission to eradicate the Phantom Thieves, with promises of career advancement upon success. A tense conversation occurs where high expectations are set for an important task. The stakes are serious, and failure is not an option. The pressure is intense, but there is confidence the task can be completed successfully. A brief interaction between siblings reveals one is deeply focused on work. Despite looking exhausted, they refuse offers of dinner and bath, only stopping home briefly for a change of clothes. They explain this is a critical career opportunity that could lead to promotion. The conversation shifts to reveal detectives have been investigating at a school, making it difficult for students to focus. It becomes clear that catching the Phantom Thieves is the important task mentioned earlier. This news causes alarm and concern. A police interrogation takes place with detailed questioning about connections to other students and the Phantom Thieves. The questioning is strategic and methodical, focusing on relationships with specific individuals and potential school connections. Following the interrogation, students discuss their experiences with police questioning. Despite being nervous and sweaty, they manage to maintain composure. There is growing concern about both police surveillance and potential moles in the city. The group strategizes about staying under the radar while continuing their activities. They decide to join the school festival executive committee as cover for meeting. They acknowledge the need to be extra careful given the increasing police presence. Results reveal Goro Akechi as a popular figure, winning by a landslide. The group discusses this development with mixed reactions, noting their own role in boosting his popularity. They debate the implications of this outcome. A surprising press conference shows Akechi taking a more measured stance on the Phantom Thieves, suggesting recent suspicious deaths may be unrelated to their activities. This marks a notable shift in his public position. The group contemplates inviting Akechi to their school festival, viewing him as a potential source of police intelligence. Despite the risks, they see this as a necessary strategic move given their limited options for gathering information. The scene shifts to a broader political context, with Representative Shiho discussing the Phantom Thieves situation. He criticizes government hesitation in addressing the issue and promises decisive action, positioning himself as a strong leader ready to confront the situation. A politician is giving an impassioned speech about reforming criminals and serving the people's interests. The politician comes across as charismatic and trustworthy, gaining admiration from observers. However, some question whether this assessment is accurate. A deeper analysis of recent incidents raises questions about the true nature of the Phantom Thieves. While they may have targeted people like teachers and artists, their methods seem focused on reform rather than violence. This suggests their goals align with justice rather than senseless crime. The school festival is bustling with more attendees than previous years, likely due to recent high-profile events involving the Phantom Thieves and school personnel. There are concerns about undercover police presence, requiring discretion in conversations. The group decides to act like typical students enjoying the festival. The questioning becomes more intense regarding the detectives' changed stance on the Phantom Thieves' involvement in murders. They explain their reasoning, noting that while the group has targeted criminals, the single murder case seems inconsistent with their pattern of behavior, suggesting a different culprit. A tense discussion begins when someone claims to know the true identities of the Phantom Thieves. The atmosphere becomes charged with suspicion and disbelief as others question the validity of this bold statement. The claim creates immediate skepticism among those present. The conversation gets interrupted by a phone call, leading to a 10-minute break announcement. The person who claimed to know the Phantom Thieves' identities requests to use a private room and asks specific people to join the discussion, suggesting this was a planned move. The discussion continues in private, where photographic evidence is presented, showing people in another world called the Metaverse. The person reveals they discovered this alternate reality about a month ago through a mysterious app that appeared on their phone. The conversation deepens as they discuss a real culprit who is witnessed in the Metaverse wearing a mask. This person apparently attempted to harm others and is believed to be responsible for President Okumura's death. The witness gains special powers called a persona after this encounter. A deal is proposed: cooperation in investigating the truth in exchange for protection from false arrest. The police are planning to blame the Phantom Thieves for murders they didn't commit. It's revealed that higher-ups are pushing to close the case quickly, regardless of actual evidence. The scene shifts to a post-festival party atmosphere, providing a stark contrast to the previous tense discussion. Students gather to enjoy traditional celebrations and activities, temporarily setting aside the serious situation at hand. A super fun dance performance just wrapped up at a festival event. Friends are chatting excitedly about how amazing it was when suddenly one has to head home early because their dad called. Everyone is bummed they have to split, but understands family comes first. The post-festival party vibes were totally awesome. The dance club gets major props with another round of applause from the crowd. The MC keeps the energy high, but there's some underlying tension about something Ketchikun mentioned earlier. The party continues with a special Shujin tradition, student sharing time. Everyone seems surprised this is even a thing. The situation gets super uncomfortable as the MC keeps pressing for answers and teasing the student. The crowd is eager for drama, but things get shut down before it goes too far. The post-festival party wraps up feeling more like an intense interview session than a fun celebration. After the party, there's a touching moment where someone gives a gift they bought earlier. The scene shifts to a welcome home scenario where Futaba is found waiting outside a store, dealing with overwhelming thoughts about recent events and serious concerns about mounting troubles ahead. A tense conversation unfolds about an ongoing investigation into the Phantom Thieves. Higher-ups are putting major pressure on investigators to close the case quickly. There's talk about potential job losses and the need for immediate results, with permission granted to take bold measures if needed. The scene shifts to a confrontation about a discovered calling card. Futaba reveals how the Phantom Thieves helped transform her life when she was trapped in emotional turmoil. The conversation gets intense as connections between cognitive research and heart-changing abilities come to light. Sojiro shares his past as a government official and his connection to Wakaba's research. He recalls a disturbing prediction about her death that came true. The discussion leads to shocking revelations about Phantom Thief connections and identities within their close circle. The truth comes out about sheltering a Phantom Thief and Futaba's involvement. Emotional moments follow as Futaba insists her mother's death wasn't natural. Sojiro admits to his own guilt and past actions, choosing to protect them despite knowing their secret identities. The intense conversation wraps up with Sojiro warning about dangerous enemies and advising caution. Despite the heavy revelations, he chooses not to report them, understanding the complexity of their situation. The group realizes they need to update others about these developments while staying determined to succeed. A speech was just concluded by Representative Masayoshi Shido, who may be forming a new political party. The focus then shifted to the ongoing investigation of Mr. Okamura's death and other incidents. The police have officially designated the Phantom Thieves as the country's most wanted fugitives. A massive 30 million yen reward has been announced for information leading to the capture of the Phantom Thieves. This extraordinary amount shows how serious the situation has become. The reward money will come from both police funds and victims' families. The Phantom Thieves discuss their new status as wanted criminals with a huge bounty on their heads. They realize they've been manipulated. Their rising popularity, targeting President Okamura, and the subsequent events were all part of an elaborate setup by their enemies. The team acknowledges they lost sight of their original mission by becoming too focused on public opinion and fame. They had strayed from their path as righteous Phantom Thieves and allowed themselves to be manipulated by their desire for recognition. The group faces a difficult decision about whether to continue or surrender. They realize their opponent must be powerful, either an individual or organization with significant backing. Despite the risks, they decide they cannot give up and must find a way forward. A politician from the ruling party criticizes the government's slow response to recent events, calling it obsolete. There's talk of a potential party split and upcoming election, with some citizens expressing strong support for this passionate new political voice. A plan is proposed to trigger a change of heart in Sae-san, who has been confirmed to have a palace. This is suggested as a way to prevent the investigation agency from acting recklessly and potentially framing innocent people as culprits. The situation is dire as authorities seem willing to accept false evidence to close the case. The proposed plan aims to protect Sae-san, who could become a target herself, while also serving as a warning to others. The ultimate goal is to uncover the true culprit. A plan is discussed that involves disbanding a team. When asked about motivations for seeking justice, the response reveals it stems from contempt for sickening human beings, not some lofty societal ideal, but rather a personal grudge. The similarities between group members are noted, as they all seem to have been wronged by adults in the past. A mission is proposed to change Sae-san's heart, requiring everyone's cooperation. The plan involves disbanding the Phantom Thieves. One member, Mako-chan, reveals she joined specifically to change her sister's heart, but was hesitant to bring it up before. She appears evasive when the group suggests exploring the palace immediately. It's revealed that Goro Akechi had prior experience with the Metaverse during the Okamura case, but kept quiet about crucial details. This suggests someone was deliberately kept out of the loop during the investigation. The situation involves mental shutdown cases and possible false accusations, with speculation about a hidden villain targeting the group. The group plans to investigate Niijima's palace, gathering information about her work habits and relationships to prepare for potential obstacles. They discuss the importance of discretion and proper timing in their approach. The team exchanges contact information and discusses their deadline of November 20th, when investigations are planned at various locations. They gather at the courthouse, which has an unnatural atmosphere, to begin their infiltration mission. Through trial and error, the group determines that the courthouse manifests as a casino in the cognitive world. This revelation provides insight into how the target views the justice system, as a place of competition where winning is everything. Code names are assigned for secrecy and style, with the newest member receiving the name Crow. The team's appearance changes upon entering the courthouse, signaling their recognition as potential threats in this cognitive space. The casino environment appears surprisingly normal, with cognitive beings reflecting undistorted perceptions. The team explains the concept of cognitive beings to Crow, warning that seemingly normal people might still pose dangers, especially those in positions of power. The group sets their deadline for November 20th to secure an infiltration route before sending a calling card. The necessity of the calling card is explained as more than just showmanship. It's a crucial step in their process. The palace ruler makes contact, surprisingly inviting the thieves to approach. They are informed that the treasure is located on the manager's floor at the highest point of the building. The ruler expresses a desire to handle the confrontation fairly, requesting the group to proceed to their location for further discussion. While pursuing someone through what appears to be a casino-themed palace, the group discovers an elevator that requires a member's card for access. The setup seems similar to a typical casino players' club system, with different membership ranks and restricted areas. The group encounters a shadow enemy that blocks their path. A battle ensues, where Robin Hood makes an appearance. The fight demonstrates the increasing security challenges they face in accessing restricted areas of the casino palace. A chance meeting occurs between Mako-chan and Haru on a train. They discuss developing new combat tactics and strategies for upcoming battles. Their conversation shows growing teamwork and trust between the two characters. The group meets at their hideout to discuss an upcoming forced investigation scheduled for November 20th. A detective provides insider knowledge about bureaucratic procedures, confirming the deadline likely won't change without extreme circumstances. After defeating an enemy, they obtain membership cards that need registration. They create fake names like Taro Tanaka and Shinji Nakanamatsu for the cards. A casino map is also acquired, revealing new possible routes, including elevator access. The casino manager appears, revealing herself as the #1 player who looks down on the group. She challenges them to earn their right to face her by winning consistently, establishing a gambling-themed confrontation. Discussion turns to the palace owner's distorted desires, linking them to struggles with career advancement, maintaining justice, and coping with family tragedy. The group recognizes the urgent need to change her heart before the investigation progresses. The team encounters another obstacle. Access to the high-limit floor requires special clearance. They deduce this represents a courtroom in reality, requiring them to attend an actual trial to gain cognitive access. The group arrives at the actual courtroom, observing a trial about a politician misusing government funds. They discuss how to get noticed by Niijima-san while maintaining their cover, showing their careful approach to infiltration. The scene opens at what appears to be a courtroom with students present, including someone identified as Ketchikun and Makoto. There is anticipation building as they prepare to enter a high-limit area called Medjed after the trial concludes. A competitive battle begins with interesting betting odds, 1.1 for the house and 23.0 for the Phantom Thieves, showing surprising popularity. What was meant to be a one-on-one battle turns into an unfair match with multiple opponents breaking the established rules. Despite the unfair odds, the Phantom Thieves emerge victorious in the first round. The opponents mockingly refer to them as Phantom Beef and Phantom Dweeb. A second round begins with even more challengers, making the battle increasingly unbalanced. The battles continue with increasing intensity against the Phantom Queen. A massive final contestant appears for the third round. Despite the overwhelming challenges, justice prevails and the Phantom Thieves succeed in their endeavor. Upon reaching the bridge, they learn that while 100,000 coins were initially required, the requirement suddenly increases to 1 million coins. This seems like an impossible task meant to stop their progress completely. Through clever manipulation of the casino's borrowing system and use of multiple cards, they manage to accumulate over 1 million coins. This strategic thinking allows them to overcome what seemed like an impossible barrier. The team reaches what appears to be the manager's base of operations, featuring a pedestal that might reveal a treasure. The manager appears, promising a game of life and death, showing she had prepared for their potential success. With their infiltration route secured, they discuss sending a calling card to make the treasure materialize. They reflect on previous treasures from other targets, noting how each treasure represents the beginning of the palace ruler's desires. The scene shifts to a more peaceful moment involving rooftop gardening. Despite mixed reviews about the taste, there's appreciation for the effort of growing plants in an unusual location. This activity seems to provide value to the Phantom Thieves' operations. During a school assembly, Dr. Miragi delivers his farewell speech to the student body at Shujin Academy. He acknowledges the various challenges students face, from romance to financial issues, and offers a final piece of advice. He encourages students not to feel trapped by unfair circumstances and reminds them their existence is miraculous. A special lunch takes place featuring deluxe tempura bowls from an upscale restaurant near the school. The meal marks an important farewell celebration, with the participants savoring the high-quality dishes despite the hefty price tag. A major research paper is completed, focusing on cognitive science and the phenomenon of changing hearts. The research examines how certain individuals can access and alter another person's cognition through entering an alternate reality. This groundbreaking work builds on years of academic study. A group meets at a coffee shop to strategize about delivering an important message. They debate various delivery methods before deciding to have one member personally deliver it, despite potential risks. The group agrees to meet again at 6 p.m. near the courthouse. A formal notice is delivered to Sae Niijima, calling out her obsession with success and misuse of justice. The message triggers a defensive response, with Niijima determined to catch those responsible. She mentions plans for underground interrogations to uncover their secrets. The group prepares for their final mission, acknowledging the high stakes, including potential life-threatening consequences. Despite the risks, they remain determined to proceed with their plan to help save someone important to them. A confrontation begins where someone reveals their true motivations, including deep-seated resentment, stemming from their father's death in the line of duty. The emotional burden of being left behind has shaped their perspective on justice and righteousness. The confrontation evolves into a structured challenge with specific rules. Despite resistance to following these imposed guidelines, the participants are forced to comply. The situation intensifies as both sides prepare to face off. The conflict transforms into a high-stakes game of roulette where lives hang in the balance. strict rules are established prohibiting violence, setting the stage for an unconventional showdown between opposing forces. A tense confrontation begins when some individuals refuse to follow established rules. A penalty is announced for those who won't participate in the roulette game, creating an atmosphere of defiance and consequences. The roulette game commences, with participants required to predict where the ball will land. There are suspicions of cheating, leading to a plan to gather evidence and expose the deception through careful observation. The game continues with changing betting patterns displayed on monitors. A designated sniper takes position to catch potential cheating, while tension builds around the next roulette spin. The situation escalates dramatically when cheating is exposed. The authority figure reveals their true nature, declaring absolute power and threatening to crush any opposition. This leads to an intense confrontation. The conflict reaches its climax with the defeat of the antagonist. A touching moment occurs between siblings, discussing justice and personal transformation. Questions arise about what caused such dramatic changes in behavior. Victory is interrupted by sudden danger as enemy forces gather outside. The team faces a crisis requiring immediate action, leading to a strategic decision to split up and use a decoy to ensure escape. A chase sequence unfolds as pursuers close in. The escape becomes increasingly difficult with blocked exits and mounting pressure from all sides. The pursuit intensifies with an ambush, leading to a dramatic confrontation. The protagonist faces overwhelming odds as enemies close in from all directions. A crucial moment arrives where the protagonist must grasp important truths while fighting against the effects of drugs. Time becomes critical as an evil influence approaches. An interrogation begins, offering a deal for cooperation. The interrogator seeks information about accomplices and methods used in various operations. The questioning continues with focus on potential outside collaborators. Despite pressure and threats of severe consequences, loyalty remains unwavering. The interrogation reaches a critical point, discussing justice and sacrifice. The protagonist maintains strong principles despite increasing pressure to reveal information. Truth serum effects begin wearing off as important revelations come to light. A key detail about pancakes becomes significant to the overall narrative. A complex situation unfolds where someone has been removed from leading an investigation and placed on standby. They later receive news about someone being caught in a mysterious incident. There are suspicions about someone being sold out, leading to questions about who could have betrayed them. The challenge of discreetly handling a phone emerges as a crucial task. The phone contains important data protected by a complicated lock, though it's expected to be cracked eventually. A team is counting on their leader to manage this delicate situation. A disturbing plan surfaces involving a staged suicide using a guard's gun. Public security questioning is scheduled, with implications of a cover-up regarding mental shutdown incidents. The situation grows increasingly tense as true motives begin to surface. Akechi arrives unexpectedly at an underground facility, claiming to assist with public security interrogation. The isolated location and lack of other inmates creates an ominous atmosphere. A revelation emerges about deception and betrayal within the investigation. The truth unravels about how a group was manipulated as part of a larger scheme. Their popularity was exploited for someone else's benefit, leading to a shocking confrontation about justice and betrayal. A sinister conversation reveals plans to eliminate remaining team members through staged accidents. The perpetrators show complete disregard for the teenagers' lives, viewing them as merely disposable pawns in their scheme. A mysterious figure named Alibaba contacts someone, revealing crucial information about Akechi being dangerous and warning about his true intentions. They offer detailed instructions for saving someone in danger. News breaks about the detention of a young suspect believed to be the leader of the Phantom Thieves. The police appear confident in their case, though the suspect remains silent about potential accomplices. Breaking news announces the suspect's suicide while in custody. This development sends shockwaves through various individuals connected to the case, with some expressing disbelief at the turn of events. Despite the tragic events, there are hints of hope and determination. References to Shiho suggest ongoing conflicts and loyalties, with promises of support until the very end. A late-night conversation reveals that Futaba detected someone coming to help during a palace incident. This person was identified as Yoshizawa. Despite warnings about getting caught, there are plans to inform Yoshizawa about the current safety situation. The group begins brainstorming different locations, trying to figure out keywords for accessing a palace. They attempt various places like Mount Fuji, mansions, schools, and the Imperial Palace, but none work. Police cars patrolling the area add pressure to figure things out quickly. While trying to understand Shiho better, someone approaches a legislator to gather information. The legislator describes Shiho as a trustworthy, dedicated politician focused on creating a better future for young people. However, this seems like a rehearsed, surface-level response. Shiho appears in media, speaking about the Phantom Thieves being gone, but claiming citizens still live in anxiety. He criticizes the current government and talks about personal gain being outrageous, though this comes across as highly hypocritical. Goro Akechi appears on TV discussing his strategy regarding the Phantom Thieves. He explains how he pretended to support them to catch them off guard, comparing it to romance tactics. His media presence is overwhelming across all platforms, while public support for the Phantom Thieves has completely vanished. During a campaign event, Shiho appears near Yonginjaya's station. The group recognizes this as an opportunity to observe him directly without needing an appointment. Ryuji rushes toward the station to get closer to the campaign speech. Shiho delivers a campaign speech focusing on rebuilding the nation, addressing scandals, and promising a future of dreams and hope. He presents himself as someone who will make the country powerful and wealthy again, asking for votes to sail toward a better future. A confrontation occurs when trying to approach Shiho. His security blocks access, and a heated exchange reveals a past connection where Shiho had previously wronged someone at a hotel elevator. Shiho dismissively refers to them as clueless children. The group discusses Shiho's involvement in cognitive research and his history of using his power to crush opposition, including manipulating court cases and forcing false statements. They determine that overturning previous judgments would be extremely difficult without Shiho admitting to his crimes. While trying to figure out keywords under pressure from suspicious security guards, the group realizes the Diet Building is viewed as a ship by Shiho. This breakthrough allows them to potentially access his palace, though they can't imagine what this distorted view will actually look like. The scene opens at what appears to be a palace, similar to Sis's situation, though the Diet Building remains unchanged. A notable difference is that the gate is now open when it wasn't before. Mona's different appearance confirms this is definitely a palace, prompting everyone to investigate further. The initial area appears normal at first glance. The cognition reveals a disturbing reality, an entire country completely submerged underwater in Shiho's mind. This demonstrates his warped view of standing above everyone else. The scale is unprecedented, suggesting someone with tremendous destructive desires. This palace differs significantly from previous ones, as the distortion affects not just the center but the entire country. The team sets a deadline of December 17th, the day before elections, to complete their mission. The setting appears to be a luxury cruise ship where privileged guests remain oddly calm despite the surrounding devastation, believing they're safe as part of Shiho's winning team. They seem oblivious to any danger. The investigation leads to massive doors requiring 5 key cards for entry. Beyond lies the main assembly hall where meaningless votes occur. Everything Shiho proposes passes unopposed. To gain access, they need to prove their loyalty to Shiho. The team decides to gather intel from the cognitive guests on board. The team splits up to investigate, focusing on an influential politician's table. They strategically position themselves nearby, planning to obtain crucial information. The upscale restaurant setting highlights the exclusive nature of Shiho's inner circle. Through conversation with Mr. Oe, they uncover shocking revelations about mental shutdowns, including his involvement in the spring subway accident. These incidents were orchestrated to eliminate specific targets opposing Shiho. The team successfully obtains a letter of introduction through strategic pressure. The team discovers that Shiho has unprecedented power to fuse shadows with cognitions, possibly using stolen research about cognitive science. This makes the palace especially dangerous, as these hybrid beings possess both memories and appearances of real people while maintaining shadow-level threats. The investigation reveals Shiho's connections to corrupt financial dealings and his plans to continue accepting bribes even after becoming prime minister. The cognitive science studies are being used to expand their target range for mental shutdowns. The team devises a plan involving disguises and the pool area. Despite some reluctance from team members, they proceed with what seems like a simple but potentially effective strategy to gather more information. The mission continues with an attempt to obtain another letter of introduction from a noble, revealing class discrimination aboard the ship. The team adapts by presenting themselves as having prestigious lineage, specifically claiming connection to British royalty. A conversation begins between multiple people discussing lineage and social status. The dialogue reveals tension between those of noble birth and those considered commoners. Someone mentions having British features and enjoying tea ceremonies, though admits it was due to their father's influence. The discussion shifts to a letter of introduction, with one party offering to help introduce the other to their father. The conversation takes an uncomfortable turn when someone makes inappropriate advances and comments about swimsuits, leading to accusations of harassment. After successfully obtaining a letter of introduction, the group discusses how Shiho carefully screens potential associates and uses mental shutdowns as leverage. They reveal a system where wealthy nobles are introduced to Shiho in exchange for favors. The conversation moves to discussing a TV station president who provides letters of introduction to company executives willing to sponsor programs. A person named Noir takes charge of obtaining the next letter, revealing herself as Haru Okamura of Okamura Foods. The TV president makes insensitive remarks about Okamura's father's death, even boasting about broadcasting his mental shutdown for ratings. This leads to a confrontation where the group intervenes to help Haru and obtain another letter of introduction. A discussion reveals connections between Shiho and various figures like Kaneshiro and Matarame, who provided financial support through illegal activities. The conversation indicates these operations helped fund Shiho's activities. The scene shifts to a TV interview where an ace detective discusses the apparent suicide of the Phantom Thieves leader. The detective expresses determination to capture remaining members while maintaining a public image of justice. The focus changes to an IT company president. A team member volunteers to obtain a letter alone, confident in their technical expertise. The situation involves careful planning to avoid raising suspicion. A tech-savvy individual discusses computer specifications and hacking abilities, revealing connections to Medjed. The conversation exposes that the Medjed incident was orchestrated to target the Phantom Thieves, taking advantage of their inability to target anonymous groups. An unexpected turn of events occurred when Medjed's defeat turned out to be real rather than staged. Though this was surprising, it didn't interfere with existing plans since the site was going to be shut down anyway. The Phantom Thieves had their brief moment of victory, not realizing how short-lived it would be. Comes from creatively using the internet to get around legal restrictions. Some view this as manipulating information illiterate people, but this perspective was harshly criticized as third-rate thinking. The goal wasn't just manipulation, but actual societal reform through the actions of the Phantom Thieves. A challenge emerged involving a letter of introduction, with the antagonist preferring threats of violence over a proposed computer competition. Through persistence, the letter was eventually obtained, leading to revelations about cognitive science research where data was extracted and the originals were completely deleted. The media strongly supported Prime Minister Shiho, who requested the removal of suspicious mental shutdown business customers. Despite concerns about the upcoming election timing, Shiho insisted on eliminating all sources of anxiety before his inauguration, revealing possible underground connections. A tense encounter with a Yakuza-connected individual led to an unexpected artistic challenge. A Phoenix tattoo design request became the key to obtaining another letter of introduction. Despite initial skepticism, the unique artistic interpretation surprisingly won approval. After a confrontation, respect was earned and the letter was granted. The Yakuza figure acknowledged the group's strength and hinted at the ship's impending doom, choosing to abandon the captain to face it alone. This completed the collection of all 5 required letters. The group prepared for their most crucial mission yet. Sending the calling card would reveal Joker was still alive, raising the stakes significantly. They discussed making it flashy and theatrical to overcome Shido's influence, recognizing this as their defining moment. A surprising encounter revealed deep personal motivations. The relationship between rivals could have been different under other circumstances, showing the contrast between free and bound hearts. This highlighted how past choices shaped current circumstances. A shocking revelation emerged about Shiho being someone's father, exposing a tragic backstory of abandonment and revenge. The discovery of the cognitive world provided an opportunity for vengeance, though methods used were questionable and lethal. The confrontation escalated as long-held plans were threatened. Despite accusations of childish behavior, the determination to create a living hell for Shiho remained strong. The situation intensified with hints of hidden powers yet to be revealed. A tense confrontation reveals a mysterious power that can turn people psychotic and cause mental breakdowns. This ability belongs to someone who can manipulate people's hearts, leading to accidents and scandals. The revelation sets up a dramatic shift in the encounter. A shocking transformation occurs as an alternate persona appears, completely different from Robin Hood. This new power demonstrates how even weak beings can become incredibly strong once their heart's chains are broken. The enemies suddenly grow much more powerful, creating an intense battle situation. The true nature of the power is exposed. It can actually be used to corrupt real people. The wielder reveals their intense desire for revenge and expresses murderous intent, showing just how far they've fallen into darkness and obsession. Attempts are made to reason with the antagonist, bringing up past events and questioning their true feelings. Their facade begins to crack as they struggle with feelings of inferiority and rage at being outshone by someone they view as worthless. The truth about mental shutdowns and psychotic breakdowns is finally revealed. The perpetrator has been using people's palaces for personal gain without caring about consequences. A twisted rivalry emerges as they express excitement about fighting at full strength. The situation escalates dramatically as Loki is summoned, revealing the ability to use multiple personas. The antagonist's true nature emerges as they reject concepts of justice and righteousness, demonstrating their complete mental breakdown by inducing a psychotic state in themselves. After an intense confrontation, the truth about the deceptions comes to light. The antagonist admits to causing incidents and solving them to build their reputation, working with Shiho in the process. Their frustration at being unable to be special despite their talents becomes clear. A shocking twist occurs with the appearance of a cognitive version of Akechi, revealing Shiho's true intentions to dispose of him after the election. The cruel reality of being nothing more than a disposable pawn becomes apparent. In a sacrificial moment, Akechi chooses to face off against his cognitive self, requesting that the team change Shiho's heart in his place. A dramatic confrontation leads to his apparent demise as bulkhead doors close, separating him from the others. The scene shifts to a main assembly hall filled with Daruma dolls, symbolizing election luck. The team identifies it as the root of distortion and location of the treasure, leading to strategic discussions about how to deliver the calling card effectively. A playful scene unfolds as someone reveals their creation called the Futaba cannon. The team expresses surprise and enthusiasm about this unexpected development, praising its style and potential effectiveness. There is a sense of anticipation about using this new tool. A dramatic interruption occurs during a news broadcast about the supposed death of the Phantom Thieves leader. The Phantom Thieves hijack the broadcast to announce they are actually alive and expose how those in power have been manipulating information to deceive the public. The Phantom Thieves reveal that Minister of State Messiah Shishita is behind various scandals and incidents. They promise he will confess to his crimes, showing themselves on screen to prove they are alive and determined to take action against corruption. Officials frantically react to the broadcast, discovering the Phantom Thieves' leader's corpse is missing from the morgue. There is confusion about documentation and growing concern about the possibility of being tricked by supernatural powers. They desperately search for answers, and Akechi. Police officials raid locations searching for the Phantom Thieves. They interrogate and harass people suspected of being accomplices, particularly at a specific establishment. The authorities display aggressive and intimidating behavior toward potential witnesses. Shiho publicly denounces the Phantom Thieves' message as terrorism aimed at disrupting elections. He portrays himself as a strong leader willing to fight against them, causing public confusion about who to believe. The situation creates significant social unrest and debate. A confrontation reveals shocking truths about Akechi and Shiho's relationship. Shiho admits to manipulating Akechi with praise and planning to dispose of him after becoming prime minister. The truth about research theft and multiple deaths comes to light, exposing Shiho's ruthless nature. Shiho reveals his twisted ideology, claiming he is chosen by God to reform society. He justifies sacrificing lives for national interests, showing complete disdain for ordinary citizens. He believes in creating a mighty nation through force and elimination of opposition. A tense confrontation unfolds as an ultimatum is given: either join the social reform movement and receive wealth and status, or face elimination. The offer is firmly rejected, leading to mounting tension and preparation for conflict. The situation quickly escalates into a heated battle. The battle intensifies as waves of attacks begin. Deep philosophical differences emerge about leadership, power, and the treatment of the masses. Claims are made about building an ultimate nation and achieving public happiness, though these ideals seem twisted by a corrupt worldview. A dramatic revelation occurs as past connections between the combatants come to light. Earlier encounters and unfinished business are referenced, adding personal stakes to the conflict. The fight takes on new meaning as old scores resurface. The conflict reaches a new level as disturbing views about leadership and sacrifice are expressed. The aggressor justifies harming others as necessary for achieving greater goals, comparing human lives to ants being crushed underfoot. This leads to an even more intense phase of combat. The battle reaches its climax with increasingly powerful attacks being exchanged. Despite seeming defeat, the aggressor continues fighting with renewed strength multiple times, refusing to accept loss. The struggle becomes more desperate and dangerous. Finally, defeat is acknowledged. A sincere apology is given for past false accusations and wrongdoings. However, this moment of apparent resolution is disrupted by a sudden turn of events involving medicine and risks of biological shutdown. Chaos erupts as explosions begin and escape becomes urgent. The situation becomes dire with paths being blocked and water rushing in. A daring rescue attempt leads to intense moments of sacrifice and survival as the group tries to escape. The aftermath reveals both losses and surprising survivals. What seemed like a tragic sacrifice turns out differently, leading to emotional reunions. The treasure is secured in the form of a legislator's pen, marking success despite the harrowing escape. The antagonist appears changed, causing concern among their supporters about potential revelations. Meanwhile, captives are released and signs of victory emerge, though cleanup and recovery remain. A dramatic transformation has occurred, showing incredible resilience and strategic thinking. The ability to turn a trap back on those who set it demonstrates remarkable skill and accomplishment. This represents a major turning point, with rehabilitation nearly complete if things continue smoothly. Recurring dreams raise questions about identity and humanity. There seems to be something important yet elusive buried in memories, particularly regarding events in mementos. The uncertainty creates inner turmoil about true nature and potential revelations ahead. A touching visit to Wakaba's memorial brings closure and healing. Past guilt had prevented visits, but recent positive changes with Futaba allowed for making peace. The family has grown closer through mutual support and understanding, creating new bonds while honoring memory. Good news arrives about Futaba's case. Her uncle withdrew the report. The family dynamic has evolved into something deeper and more meaningful. There is pride in Futaba's growth and potential future, along with protective parental feelings extending to multiple family members. A meaningful reconciliation occurs with Akko, who has chosen to quit her job and pursue college studies. This represents a fresh start and commitment to personal growth, moving beyond seeking external validation to focus on genuine self-improvement. A clear vision emerges to become police commissioner, inspired by personal experiences and a desire for justice. This path requires extensive academic preparation, but represents an opportunity to combat societal corruption and continue a family legacy of public service. Major political developments unfold as Shiho makes a shocking public confession, admitting to serious crimes including manipulation and causing deaths. The revelation sends ripples through society and validates previous efforts to expose corruption. Legal proceedings begin to take shape, with careful consideration of prosecution strategy and protecting involved parties. While immediate arrest seems unlikely, there are concerns about potential future scapegoating and the need for continued vigilance. Behind the scenes, powerful figures discuss damage control and succession plans following Shiho's confession. They plot to continue controversial policies and research while eliminating opposition, showing the persistent nature of systemic corruption. The situation following Shiho's press conference has become quite intense. His supporters are planning to control the narrative by portraying him as a fallen hero who couldn't achieve his goals. They aim to manipulate public opinion through mass media, knowing they cannot afford to have the general public turn against them. One group plans to handle Niijima, while another will arrange for Shido's psychiatric evaluation. A group of students gather for exam preparation. Despite some initial reluctance and jokes about failing, they settle into studying. One student decides to focus specifically on likely test material, though others warn this is a risky strategy. The atmosphere is lighthearted despite the academic pressure, with friendly banter about grades and study habits. During their study session, they discuss various topics, including the origin of the term doku, which comes from the battleship Dreadnought. The conversation shifts to deeper topics about life experiences, common sense, and future plans, including marriage. Though these seem distant, the immediate focus remains on studying and basic needs like food. As exam period begins, there's a sense of frustration among the students. Despite their recent significant achievements, they still have to deal with regular school responsibilities. Society remains skeptical of recent events, especially since no arrests have been made yet. They decide to trust in Makoto's sister to handle the situation. News breaks about Shido's poor health and the postponement of the special diet session. This contradicts inside information, suggesting manipulation of the narrative. Media reports begin dismissing previous incidents as mere coincidences and psychiatric disorders, attempting to discredit the existence of any organized group. The public seems disturbingly accepting of this altered reality. The situation becomes dire as Niijima reports that their legal efforts have been thwarted. The truth-knowers find themselves in danger of apprehension. The manipulation of public opinion continues, with Phantom Thieves still labeled as criminals. The group considers taking action against Shido's followers, though acknowledging the challenge of identifying all targets. A discussion begins about feeling powerless against national authority. The group realizes they might be able to make a difference by targeting mementos, which is explained as the palace of the general public and source of all distortions. They theorize that if they can affect mementos, they could influence society to hold Shido accountable. An important revelation is made about the consequences of their plan. By destroying mementos, they would eliminate their ability to change hearts through palaces in the future. This means the Phantom Thieves would essentially be going out of business. Despite this serious drawback, the group agrees it's necessary for reforming society. The group makes a deal with the prosecutor. This will be their final mission as Phantom Thieves. In exchange, they want to entrust the future to respectable adults. The prosecutor accepts and commits to bringing Shido to justice through legal means, acknowledging she doesn't want to keep relying on their help without giving anything in return. A powerful moment occurs as a special bond reaches its ultimate form, granting new abilities through the power of the Magician Arcana. This represents the deep trust and connection that has formed through their shared experiences. The situation takes a darker turn as there are hints that humanity may be beyond saving. The distortion in people's hearts appears to be too deep, and even a heroic figure may not be enough to prevent the coming ruin. This reveals the truly massive scale of the challenge they face. The group discovers a massive structure in mementos that appears to be connected to a train system. They realize it's actually a giant door that only opens from one side, suggesting it's designed to keep something locked away. People seem to be willingly entering, but cannot leave. They find prison cells filled with shadows of people who appear content with their imprisonment. The captives talk about a system that grants desires and warn against freeing them. This reveals how the public has become complacent and accepting of their own mental imprisonment. A major revelation occurs when Morgana recognizes the place, remembering they were created there to guide the group. Though their memories remain foggy, this connection to mementos suggests a deeper purpose to their mission than previously known. The group realizes the connection between mementos and Shibuya makes perfect sense, as people pack themselves into underground trains daily without complaint, like willing prisoners. They resolve to steal the treasure and reform society by destroying mementos, despite knowing it will end their ability to change hearts. Upon entering what appears to be a temple-like structure, a group discovers multiple prison cells and a grand central object. This seems to be their final destination in the depths of mementos. The presence of a powerful treasure is sensed, though its massive size makes it impossible to carry out. The group realizes they will need to destroy rather than move the treasure. However, they are quickly discovered, with inmates beginning to stir ominously. Questions arise about who truly controls this place, as the organization of guards and prisoners seems too sophisticated to be driven by the public alone. As the group prepares to destroy the object, they are stopped by voices identifying it as the Holy Grail. The inmates begin lending their strength to protect it, making their task seemingly impossible. The Holy Grail reveals itself as the grantor of dreams, explaining how humanity wishes to remain imprisoned. Despite their attacks, the Holy Grail continuously heals itself through the power of human desire. Its color changes with each healing, frustrating their efforts. The situation becomes increasingly hopeless as they realize they cannot overcome the collective wishes of humanity. Some members refuse to give up, declaring that humans are capable of change and shouldn't simply accept their current reality. However, the Holy Grail dismisses their determination, announcing its plan to encroach upon reality itself. The group is forcefully ejected back to Shibuya, where they discover mementos has begun fusing with reality. Strangely, ordinary people continue their daily routines, completely oblivious to the bizarre changes occurring around them. The situation worsens as group members begin disappearing from existence, with the Holy Grail explaining that those who vanish from people's cognition cannot exist anywhere. This occurs because mementos and reality have become one. The mission is declared a failure by mysterious wardens. They announce that humans have proven more foolish than expected, and the world will face ruin. As punishment for losing this game, execution is ordered for the main character. During the execution attempt, the twin wardens begin to doubt their purpose. They realize they are meant to rehabilitate, not execute. This leads to an important revelation about their true nature. The twins fuse into their true form, Lavenza, who explains she was split apart by a malevolent will. She reveals that while the path to the Holy Grail is now closed, there may still be hope if the truth can be recalled. A powerful entity reveals itself as a Holy Grail and God who responds to human desires. This being has been observing humanity and determining whether they deserve destruction or salvation. Despite efforts to inspire change through the actions of righteous thieves, humanity has remained unchanged and indolent. A profound awakening occurs as a sacred bond is formed, granting ultimate power through a blood oath. The godlike entity, impressed by the unexpected capabilities shown, offers a deal to restore the world to its previous state of distortion. However, this offer is firmly rejected despite the grave consequences. The scene shifts to the Velvet Room, where Igor, the true master, returns. He explains that victory against the malevolent god requires more than individual strength. It needs the unified power of bonded teammates who are currently trapped but not yet lost. They must be found and rescued to have any chance of success. The rescue mission begins as teammates are found trapped in various states of doubt and fear. Each must face their own internal struggles and rediscover their resolve to fight. Despite their brush with death and moments of weakness, they find renewed determination to continue their mission. More team members are located, each wrestling with their own fears and uncertainties about their mission. Through encouragement and reflection, they reconnect with their core motivations and the importance of fighting for what they believe in, regardless of public opinion or the odds against them. The final rescued teammates grapple with the seemingly impossible task ahead, facing a god empowered by the masses' support. Despite initial doubts about victory, they realize that fighting against societal corruption requires more than just defeating individual criminals. They must challenge the very structure of society itself. After facing significant challenges, there is a renewed determination to show the world the truth, even if it means going against everyone. Having reliable teammates provides strength and motivation to complete this final important mission without failure. The bonds of trust between team members remain unshaken despite earlier doubts. Upon reuniting, there is concern about their current location and the state of the real world. The situation seems dire, with masses of people appearing imprisoned. Questions arise about their ability to handle such terrible circumstances, given that their power is limited to changing hearts. The world outside has become hellish, seemingly beyond their ability to fix. Things got super weird when people actually wanted to be controlled and got mad when the Holy Grail was attacked. Even the reformed criminals became totally devoted followers. This made everyone question if they had been foolish to risk their lives for people who didn't want their help. But they realized their mission wasn't just about getting recognition. In a mysterious place called the Velvet Room, Igor and Lavenza appear as its residents. They reveal that Igor had been imprisoned and is now free but weakened. The conversation shifts to Morgana, who is revealed to have been created in this very room with a special purpose. Major plot twist: Morgana spills that they were created in the Velvet Room to help defeat an evil being. The Holy Grail turns out to be this evil god trying to control everyone by making them stop thinking for themselves. It's basically trying to turn reality into a place where everyone just follows blindly. The evil god set up a game between two people, Goro Akechi, who was making things worse, and a trickster who would fight back. If Akechi won, the world would be destroyed and remade. If the trickster won, the human world would stay as is. But the evil god totally rigged the game because it didn't believe humans would ever change. The real world has merged with mementos, and people who deny the Phantom Thieves have basically erased their existence. However, there's still hope now that the evil god's true identity is exposed. Only they can break free and save this messed up world and all the people trapped in it. Back in Shibuya, most people haven't noticed how weird everything has gotten. The Velvet Room turns out to be connected to a quarantine cell. A few people in the crowd start recognizing the Phantom Thieves, which is totally different from before. This recognition might be their key to success. The team faces serious opposition trying to reach the temple. The city starts falling apart, and people finally realize they're in danger. If people don't start taking action after seeing all this chaos, the situation might be hopeless. More guards show up as the Phantom Thieves gain recognition. A powerful entity claims to show mercy by warning them to turn back, but the team isn't buying it. People in the city are disappearing into black fog, causing panic. Multiple powerful enemies appear, living up to their godly reputation. The team pushes forward, determined to face the final challenges ahead. A philosophical debate unfolds about human freedom versus control. Since ancient times, humans have struggled with liberty and now seek guidance from authority. The discussion questions whether it's truly just to either grant or deny humanity's apparent wish for control, especially given the existence of prisons and oppression in the world. A confrontation begins between rebels and a self-proclaimed god figure. The rebels challenge this entity's divine status, dismissing it as merely a treasure that needs to be destroyed. The god figure argues that humans push their burdens onto others, seeking freedom from choice and thought. The entity reveals itself as the Holy Grail, claiming humanity wished for it to rule over them. It threatens those who reject its authority with exclusion from the world. The rebels stand firm, declaring they won't be held back by others' opinions anymore. The Holy Grail prepares to pass judgment on those disrupting its world order. A battle strategy emerges involving cutting blood-pumping supply lines while others distract the enemy. The rebels coordinate their attack plan carefully. The entity transforms into its true form as Yauka battles, the god of control born from collective human unconscious. It appears massive, like a building. The being declares its duty to guide and purge mankind, viewing human autonomy as a path to destruction. Despite facing a seemingly insurmountable foe, the rebels remain determined. They see this as their ultimate challenge, facing a god who isn't holding back. They unite their strength, ready to fight for humanity's future. The battle intensifies as the god unleashes deadly sins as attacks, lust, vanity, and gluttony. Each attack manifests differently, requiring the rebels to constantly adapt their strategy while maintaining their guard against these powerful assaults. The conflict escalates as the god channels the unconscious yearning for ruin, launching devastating attacks. Despite the intense battle, neither side shows signs of backing down, with both fighting at full strength. The rebels face a moment of despair as their strength wanes. The god mocks their rebellion, claiming humans are slaves to desire and that opposing a deity merits eternal punishment. Yet the rebels refuse to give up. Strange events begin occurring in the world as people start disappearing. Panic spreads while communication systems fail. In this chaos, some remember the Phantom Thieves, wondering if they can help. Despite initial doubt, voices begin to rise in support of the rebels. A passionate crowd begins cheering for the Phantom Thieves, encouraging them not to give up in their fight. The supporters acknowledge being charmed by the Phantom Thieves and vow to believe in them until the end. Their voices represent humans standing up against oppression. The group becomes energized by the cheering crowds and resolves to fight back with renewed determination. They refuse to be erased and commit to seeing their justice through to protect what matters to them. Their conviction grows stronger as they prepare for an all-out attack. The confrontation intensifies as they face off against a powerful entity being referred to as an evil god. The crowd continues their enthusiastic support, creating an electric atmosphere as the Phantom Thieves prepare to deliver their final warning. An incredible transformation occurs as the Phantom Thieves harness an immense power, evolving beyond their normal abilities. The spectators are amazed as they witness what appears to be a superpowered demon lord ready to challenge a god. A touching moment unfolds as Morgana Mona expresses gratitude to the team, stating that humans have the power to change the world, but had temporarily forgotten this truth. Mona feels fulfilled having helped the humans they admired so much. A profound message is delivered about reality being shaped by individual perception and cognition. The world has infinite potential as long as people maintain hope in their hearts and stand together. Even in darkness, unity can prevent the world from ending. The aftermath shows signs of change in public consciousness, though uncertainty remains about the future. The group discusses the country's leadership and expresses hope that adults will handle things responsibly going forward. Despite initial hesitation, the group performs a victory celebration in the middle of Shibuya. Though feeling somewhat self-conscious, they complete their huddle with an enthusiastic victory cry, marking the end of their mission. A serious turn of events occurs when someone approaches the protagonist about providing testimony. The discussion centers around proving crimes and dealing with legal consequences, suggesting significant challenges ahead. A cozy Christmas gathering begins to take shape at Sojiro's place. Initially, there are concerns about affording a proper holiday meal, but Futaba is sent out to get some snacks to have a small celebration. The mood is nostalgic as they reflect on how much Futaba has changed, going from being unable to leave her room to now being able to confidently go shopping on her own. Futaba returns from shopping with an unexpected surprise. She managed to get both a turkey and a cake, claiming she won gift certificates from a lucky draw at the convenience store. Everyone is amazed by her luck, and Sojiro admits that while cliché, having a storybook Christmas is pretty nice. The food pairs perfectly with Sojiro's coffee. After enjoying the feast, Futaba falls asleep from all the excitement. Sojiro expresses deep gratitude for helping Futaba overcome her challenges and offers support as a guardian figure. He acknowledges how much has happened over the year, but feels optimistic about the future. Futaba sleep talks about transformations, making everyone smile. News comes that Akechi has turned himself into police and confessed to recent crimes. The group sees this as a positive development that allows for redemption. They decide to focus on enjoying Christmas rather than dwelling on serious matters. The celebration continues with everyone in high spirits. The party features an impressive spread of food including marinated seafood, a cheese plate, and a creative croquembouche made of stacked cream puffs. The group playfully teases each other about their food contributions, particularly surprised by Ryuji's choice to bring sweets instead of meat. In a shocking surprise, Morgana returns after everyone thought he had disappeared. He explains that only his metaverse form vanished while his cat form remained in reality. He brings fried chicken to the party, completing the festive atmosphere as everything falls perfectly into place. Breaking news announces that prosecutors will proceed with charges against Representative Shiho. Additionally, there's hope that the protagonist's criminal record may be overturned due to new testimony. Everyone celebrates this potential good ending to their year of challenges. As the year winds down, the group reflects on how much they've experienced, feeling like they've lived multiple years' worth of events in just one. They look forward to returning to normal student life, though some jokingly worry about handling homework without help. There's a shared optimism about the coming year. In a private moment, Morgana confesses that being separated from everyone was scary and is grateful to be back home. The evening concludes with hopes of maintaining their close bonds into the future. Everyone heads to sleep, ending the Christmas celebration on a warm note of friendship and gratitude. The new year begins with a casual gathering at what seems to be a local establishment. Everyone exchanges New Year's greetings and pleasantries. The atmosphere is relaxed as they discuss their plans for the day, with some considering visiting shrines, a traditional New Year's activity in Japan. At the shrine, the group notices how unusually empty it is compared to previous years. They reflect on how quickly time passes and make casual observations about the year ahead. Some propose having a New Year's party later to help transition into the new year. Several coincidental meetings occur as more friends show up at the same spot. The friends discuss their various plans for the day. Some have family commitments, others plan to go shopping or meet up with different people. The group gradually disperses to their separate activities, leaving just a few remaining together. One member receives a message from their father about relatives visiting, requiring them to head home. Their father arrives to pick them up, leading to introductions and polite exchanges. The father expresses gratitude for some previous gifts received. The scene shifts to what appears to be a home setting where people are gathering for a traditional New Year's meal. They enjoy special dishes like sweet black beans and engage in playful banter. Someone appears to be acting strangely concerning the others. A serious conversation begins between two individuals, touching on unusual recent events, including someone's unexpected release from police custody after a confession. They discuss forming an alliance to investigate strange occurrences. The conversation is interrupted by a call from Yoshizawa, who reports seeing something unusual in Odaiba, specifically a faint palace which shouldn't normally be visible. This leads to plans to meet up and investigate the anomaly. The discussion expands to include details about special powers and personas, with clarifications about who belongs to which group. The mysterious palace sighting is particularly concerning, as it seems only certain individuals can perceive it, while others remain oblivious to its presence. A mysterious palace has appeared, and locals seem oddly unconcerned about its presence. Rather than speculating, the group decides to take action and explore inside the palace. They discover they have regained access to the navigation system, though the search history shows a censored entry that may be connected to the palace's ruler. The group begins exploring the mysterious palace, discussing its nature and purpose. They encounter shadows who warn them to leave, speaking in cultish terms about salvation and their lord's research. Despite the warnings, they decide to push forward and engage in combat with the shadows. After successfully defeating the shadows, they find a map of the palace. The group discusses Akechi's ruthless fighting style. As they continue exploring, they stumble upon a surprising video showing Sumire Yoshizawa's father speaking to someone, which triggers confusing emotions in Yoshizawa. Delving deeper into the massive palace, they encounter more shadows warning about pain and tragedy. Another video plays showing a gymnastics competition featuring two sisters, one giving an interview after an amazing performance and shouting out to her sister Sumire in the crowd. A mysterious voice agrees to meet them directly. They discover the palace ruler is Dr. Maruki, who reveals he has gained the power to alter reality according to people's wishes. He explains that he created this new reality to spare Yoshizawa from the pain of her forgotten past. A heartbreaking memory unfolds showing two sisters, Kasumi and Sumire Yoshizawa. Sumire struggled with feelings of inadequacy compared to her talented older sister Kasumi. During an emotional moment, Sumire ran into traffic and Kasumi sacrificed her life to save her younger sister. The truth is finally revealed. The person they knew as Kasumi is actually Sumire Yoshizawa, the younger sister. The real Kasumi died last spring before school started, saving Sumire from an oncoming car. Overwhelmed by guilt for robbing her sister of her dreams in life, Sumire had taken on Kasumi's identity. A complex situation unfolds involving two sisters, Kasumi and Sumire Yoshizawa. Following Kasumi's death, Sumire began viewing herself as Kasumi, though most people still recognized her as Sumire. This cognitive shift happened after counseling sessions with Dr. Maruki, where Sumire expressed her desire to fulfill her deceased sister's dreams by becoming her. Dr. Maruki justifies his actions by explaining that he wanted to help Sumire cope with survivor's guilt after her sister died protecting her. He believes that letting Sumire live as Kasumi allows her to have a healthier, more positive life. His broader goal is to use cognitive science research to end all suffering in the world. The discussion reveals that Maruki's palace represents his deepest desire to save humanity through his research. He aims to create a perfect reality where no one has to suffer, believing it's his responsibility to change the imperfect world into one where everyone's wishes come true. Maruki offers Sumire a choice between returning to her true identity or continuing to live as Kasumi. She chooses to remain as Kasumi, unable to face the guilt of her sister's death. This leads to tension as some oppose Maruki's reality-altering methods. A confrontation develops as Maruki insists his actions benefit everyone involved. He offers to make people's dreams come true but faces resistance from those who reject his manufactured reality. The situation escalates into a physical conflict. After an intense battle, Maruki proposes showing everyone his new reality firsthand, claiming others are already enjoying it. He sets a meeting for January 9th, giving them time to experience his created world. Investigation reveals Maruki's background in cognitive science research and his previous attempts to establish a research facility. His funding was mysteriously cut off, but his commitment to saving people through cognitive science remained unwavering. In Maruki's altered reality, significant changes have occurred. People who were dead are now alive, past crimes have been erased, and society has been fundamentally restructured. This raises questions about personal autonomy versus guaranteed happiness. The situation reaches a critical point as different individuals must choose between accepting Maruki's perfect but controlled reality or fighting for their own path, despite the hardships it might bring. A final confrontation with Maruki appears inevitable. A group of friends gather at a meeting place to discuss their recent emotional turmoil. Someone important left at noon, leaving them the space to talk. The conversation reveals deep internal struggles as they process recent events that have left them feeling unsettled and questioning their current reality. Despite claiming to be happy with their current lives, the friends express a nagging feeling that something isn't right. They acknowledge they might be running away from something important, but are scared to confront what that might be, fearing it could disrupt their current peaceful existence. The group realizes someone has been trying to tell them something significant. They recognize their shared connection is genuine and express concern about potentially losing their bond if they don't take action soon. They decide to stop running from their problems despite the comfort of their current situation. The scene shifts to a confrontation where someone is attempting to alter memories and reality for what they claim is the greater good. They argue that if their actions lead to thousands being happy, the end justifies the means. They reference recent observations of friends living in an altered reality. A dramatic confrontation unfolds with someone named Sumire struggling with their identity and begging to live as Kasumi. The emotional weight of past trauma becomes evident as they resist returning to their true self, leading to an intense psychological battle. The situation escalates into a supernatural battle involving personas. A being goes berserk, requiring the group to fight and prevent it from healing itself. The conflict represents the internal struggle against accepting difficult truths. Dr. Maruki is revealed as the one controlling this altered reality. The group discovers he's responsible for creating a distorted world meant to fulfill everyone's wishes. Despite his seemingly benevolent intentions, they question the authenticity and righteousness of his actions. Maruki sets a deadline of February 3rd for a final decision, expressing his unwillingness to give up his mission while acknowledging the possibility of conflict. He reveals personal loss as his motivation for creating this alternate reality. Akechi appears and proposes an alliance, suggesting they share the common goal of rejecting Maruki's reality. He points out how different Maruki is from previous adversaries, emphasizing the unique nature of this situation involving reality distortion. The confrontation ends with the group agreeing to regroup and discuss their next steps. They acknowledge the start of a third semester at school while grappling with uncertainty about their path forward, knowing they have until February 3rd to make their decision. A group of friends are having a late-night conversation. The discussion turns nostalgic when Futaba mentions remembering something about her mom, Wakaba. Someone reminds them about school the next day and suggests not staying out too late. The group recalls a strange incident where Morgana, usually a cat, temporarily appeared as a human. Rather than dwelling on this mystery, they focus on more pressing matters relating to events in Odaiba and someone named Akatsuki-kun. A significant encounter occurs with Lavenza, who explains that someone has been imprisoned not by the god of control, but by an entity controlling their future. However, their strong bonds and free will helped friends regain their sense of reality. The group discusses confronting Dr. Maruki and stealing his desire. While acknowledging Maruki isn't like their previous targets and genuinely wants everyone to be happy, they feel his altered reality is fundamentally wrong and must be addressed. They unanimously decide to infiltrate Maruki's palace, recognizing he likely expects their arrival. Questions arise about Maruki's reality-bending abilities, with the group deciding they need more intelligence about him before proceeding. Lavenza reaches out to offer assistance and arranges a meeting at Shujin school. The group also debates teaming up with Akechi, ultimately deciding his help would be valuable against Maruki despite past trust issues. Meeting in the school nurse's office, Lavenza explains that maintaining her existence in Maruki's controlled reality is challenging, but the location's cognitive properties help her manage the strain. Lavenza reveals crucial information about Maruki and his powers. She explains that Maruki has altered mass cognition through mementos, giving him the ability to change reality. His power, termed actualization, comes from being a unique persona user who can simultaneously maintain a palace. The discussion revolves around how someone is using a persona ability in the real world, specifically how they made Yoshisawa believe she was Kasumi through actualization. Despite having unique persona abilities, using such power on all of mementos rather than just individuals seems impossible for a single person. This kind of reality-altering ability is typically associated with gods, not humans. A theory emerges that after defeating the god of control in mementos, Maruki may have taken over that position. However, it's puzzling why society turned to Maruki instead of the Phantom Thieves who actually defeated the false deity. The realization hits that after defeating the god of control, there were wishes made for reality to be like Maruki described. It becomes clear that everyone walked into Maruki's plan unknowingly. Through counseling sessions, he planted the seeds of actualization in their hearts. While the extent of his orchestration remains unknown, their own desires ultimately led to the actualization. They acknowledge their role in enabling this by revealing the cognitive world to him. The current world is unstable as it attempts to revert to its original state after the separation of mementos. Maruki continues to influence areas where boundaries blur, slowly actualizing the world. If this continues, reality will permanently merge with mementos, making it impossible to resist Maruki's control. They have until February 3rd to prevent this fusion. Questions arise about the palace's name being hidden, likely due to Maruki's fear of being identified. Despite having the power to eliminate them, Maruki wants them to willingly accept his world. The group decides to begin infiltration tomorrow, determined to reject this controlled reality despite its benefits. Yoshizawa arrives at the cafe late at night, revealing she overheard their earlier conversation. She acknowledges running from the truth about Kasumi's death and her true identity as Sumire. Seeing others confidently following their paths made her realize she can't keep avoiding reality, though she's unsure about her future direction. Yoshizawa joins the group in their fight against Maruki, ready to stop running away. She receives the code name Violet and demonstrates her commitment to living as herself. The group welcomes her determination and support for their cause. In a dramatic moment, Violet awakens to her true power, refusing help from others and confronting her weakness head-on. Her persona, Cendrillon, emerges stronger than before, symbolizing her acceptance of her true self and determination to fight alongside the group. The group enters a strange room in the palace containing an old CRT TV with a VCR. They discover a tape nearby, suggesting they need to watch it to progress further in their mission. A mysterious tape begins playing with some initial technical difficulties and strange noises. The group remains cautious as they start listening to its contents, staying alert for anything unusual that might occur. The tape reveals a conversation where someone is visiting Rumi, apologizing for coming empty-handed due to being busy with research. They reminisce about their high school days and a beloved wildflower field. The visitor promises to bring flowers or snacks next time. The visitor shares two pieces of news: completing a research paper and catching a culprit who is now in police custody. They explain their work in cognitive science, studying how people's hearts guide their worldviews and how altering cognition could change how someone views reality. The research shows promise of receiving funding, with goals to prevent crime by changing criminal cognitions before crimes occur. The visitor expresses desire to prevent tragedies like what happened to Rumi from happening to others. Rumi experiences a traumatic episode, becoming distressed about her family and parents. The situation escalates with Rumi experiencing migraines and showing signs of post-traumatic stress, triggered by certain memories or phrases. A mysterious voice begins communicating, offering to help change reality and eliminate trauma through cognitive alteration. The visitor agrees to accept this power to help save Rumi, leading to a dramatic change in her memories. Rumi suddenly doesn't recognize the visitor and has completely different memories of her life, believing she's been sick since birth and lives with her grandparents. Her entire trauma and previous memories appear to have been revised. The group watching the tape realizes this shows Dr. Maruki's first awakening to his ability to rewrite cognition. This pivotal memory reveals the origin of his mission to help others by altering their painful memories. The scene shifts to Dr. Maruki counseling Sumire Yoshizawa. They have a casual conversation about cooking and food before discussing her struggles with gymnastics and her relationship with her deceased sister Kasumi. Dr. Maruki encourages Sumire, suggesting that wanting to become someone else isn't necessarily bad. He explains how people can change themselves through thought exercises and imagination, supporting Sumire's desire to become more like Kasumi. The session ends with Sumire feeling renewed and reborn. However, confusion arises as her memories about cooking abilities seem to shift, suggesting another instance of cognitive alteration has occurred. A counseling session with Dr. Maruki is revealed, showing how Sumire came to believe she was Kasumi after her sister's death. Through cognitive rewriting, Sumire lived fully believing she was Kasumi, with others seemingly calling her that name. In reality, her altered cognition made her hear Kasumi when people called her Sumire. A flashback shows Dr. Maruki confronting a professor who who had previously shut down his cognitive science research. Maruki reveals evidence supporting his work and connects it to recent events like psychotic breakdowns and the Phantom Thieves' activities. He explains how Congressman Shiho stole and misused his research for political gain. A dramatic moment occurs where Maruki experiences an awakening, hearing a voice that identifies itself as his other self from the realm of human hearts. This appears to be the moment Maruki awakens to his persona, coinciding with the merging of reality and the metaverse. The group discovers what appears to be a paradise-like setting, likely representing Maruki's vision for an ideal world. They locate the treasure, confirming their secured infiltration route. Discussion turns to how they will deliver the calling card, given Maruki's constant presence in the palace. The scene shifts to show an artist who has created a meaningful painting titled Desire and Hope, representing humanity's true nature. The work demonstrates growth and understanding of how humans possess both beauty and ugliness within them. A conversation reveals the complex dynamics between artists and their struggles within the political art world. The speaker shares how they established a foundation to prevent others from becoming either losers or misguided winners, though their offer of support is declined by someone determined not to be stained by desire. A reflective moment occurs about having support when lost or wrong, with rays of hope providing guidance. There is contemplation about declining an offer, though it seems wasteful. The contradictions of the human heart are discussed, leading to an epiphany about what should be painted. A deep bond forms, awakening new power through an Emperor Arcana connection. After emerging from a creative slump, there is renewed determination to make up for lost time and continue painting. A promise of mutual assistance is made, with emphasis on working hard together on thief activities to better understand the heart. The importance of personal relationships is recognized through memories of Shiho. A heartfelt discussion takes place about treasuring personal relationships and facing oneself directly instead of running away. There's a desire to help others and an exchange of mutual support. This leads to a strengthening bond through the lover's arcana, granting new power. A romantic moment unfolds during a Ferris wheel ride, with feelings of loneliness and desire for companionship being expressed. The ride ends quickly, with one person only having eyes for their companion. A potentially intimate moment is interrupted by an important phone call. Maruki calls to request an urgent meeting, acknowledging the need for a calling card and suggesting an important confrontation ahead. This leads to concerns about keeping guard up during the upcoming meeting. The discussion centers around accepting or rejecting Maruki's reality. Maruki makes his final attempt at reaching an agreement without conflict. He defends his created reality as one where everyone can be happy without suffering. The conversation reveals personal history with Rumi and Maruki's determination to use his power to ensure universal happiness. The complex relationship between a detective and phantom thief is explored, revealing tragic past events in Shido's palace. Maruki explains creating a reality for a fresh start, leading to revelations about Akechi's true fate and questions about accepting this altered reality. Final preparations are made for confrontation in Maruki's palace. A serious discussion occurs about choosing between accepting Maruki's reality or fighting for their own path. Strong convictions are expressed about refusing to live under someone else's control. The group assembles for their final battle, having delivered the calling card to Maruki. Everyone shows determination to confront him and return to their true reality. Maruki invites them to meet at the center of paradise for the decisive confrontation. The final showdown begins with Maruki stating the terms. If he wins, his reality becomes permanent and overwrites all existence. He reveals his own persona power, setting up an epic battle between competing beliefs about how to fix the world. The stakes couldn't be higher for this ultimate rebellion. An intense battle begins with everyone getting into position and preparing for combat. Someone attempts to use Coral Kiki, but it proves ineffective. Agnes joins the fight, but the enemy shows signs of increasing power, causing concern among the group. A confrontation occurs involving Kometa-kun and Morgana, where they face their personal struggles. Rather than running away from their problems, they choose to embrace their true selves and stand their ground, leading to a powerful persona awakening. The team gains an advantage as the enemy's persona becomes ineffective. Joker seizes the opportunity to launch an attack with the Myriad Truth. The group discovers the enemy's treasure, a torch that symbolizes their role as a guide for the world. The area begins collapsing, forcing everyone to make a hasty escape. Despite the chaos, the enemy refuses to admit defeat, claiming they were chosen by the world itself to fulfill an important responsibility. The enemy evolves their persona, demonstrating incredible willpower. They merge with Adam Catman's, aiming to create their ideal reality. The team refuses to accept this outcome and continues fighting back with their own personas. The battle intensifies as the enemy reveals their true power as the source and destination of their ideals. Although initial attacks prove ineffective, the team discovers a weakness. The enemy's head becomes vulnerable during their attack phases. The team coordinates their efforts, waiting for the perfect moment when the enemy's head defense drops to 0. Joker delivers a decisive blow, leading to a checkmate situation against their powerful opponent. A deep discussion unfolds about facing reality versus escaping from it. While acknowledging life's cruelties, the team argues that people deserve the chance to tackle their own hardships with help from friends rather than having their potential stolen away. The palace begins collapsing dramatically. In a surprising turn of events, Mona transforms into a helicopter to help everyone escape, though space is tight. The team manages to flee just as the structure crumbles around them. The conflict concludes with reality returning to its proper form. It's acknowledged that while time cannot be rewound, past events will revert to their proper outcomes. The team successfully defends humanity's right to face their own challenges and shape their own future. In the aftermath, the team searches for missing members in their restored reality. The metaverse is gone, leaving them unable to verify their success. They decide to regroup at Leblon to process everything that has happened and rest after their long night. There was concern about someone being out all night without communication. A group apologizes for keeping them out late and returning early in the morning. The conversation reveals someone has been locked up since last year, causing confusion among those present. The group discusses changes in reality and how their previous actions may have led to unexpected outcomes. They ponder whether they are in their original reality or a different one, particularly regarding someone who is planning to turn themselves into the police before Akechi did it instead. Morgana suddenly appears, explaining they only disappeared in the metaverse and woke up in Shibuya. This leads to discussion about Akechi's fate, creating a somber mood as the group faces the harsh reality of their decisions. The group expresses frustration about their friend being imprisoned and decides to take action. They determine they need definitive evidence to overturn the sentence and agree to work together as Phantom Thieves one last time to save their leader. Plans begin forming as they discuss potential solutions and reaching out to allies for help. Various members take on different responsibilities in the effort to free their friend. The guardian stands firm about their charges' innocence. A profound moment occurs as someone reflects on the irony of escaping the prison of the heart only to be imprisoned in reality. They acknowledge choosing others' happiness over their own and staying true to their values. The World Arcana is achieved, representing independence and shared hope. Major developments occur with the prosecution of Masayo Shishido for election law violations and bribery. Evidence proves successful in court despite challenges with proving the metaverse's existence. Shido confesses to all crimes. The imprisoned friend is declared innocent and freed, thanks to extensive support and evidence gathered by friends who tracked down the original assault case witness. Their efforts and widespread support led to this victory. A touching conversation reveals plans to become a defense lawyer to help others, inspired by recent events. The speaker realizes their most valued treasure is the justice used to protect important people. A joyful reunion takes place as friends gather to welcome back their freed companion. The group reflects on their journey together and celebrates their success in changing reality through their own strength without special powers. A group discusses someone having to return home next month. There are concerns about their return being uncomfortable due to past events, even though their innocence was proven. The mood shifts from excitement to a more somber tone as they process this news. The group discusses disbanding their organization called the Phantom Thieves. They decide to turn the occasion into both a celebration of their leader's release and a commemoration of their disbandment. One member announces they'll be leaving with the leader, wanting to keep an eye on them. The gathering evolves into a re-welcome party with demands for sushi. The group becomes quite lively and boisterous, attracting attention from outside. Their energetic discussion shows their close friendship despite occasional disagreements. Playful bickering breaks out among group members, particularly about someone's identity as a cat. Despite the arguing, it's clear these interactions are good-natured and typical of their dynamic. Their unchanging relationships and individual quirks are highlighted. The scene shifts to a more intimate conversation about the past year. Multiple visitors arrive, creating a sequence of meaningful interactions and exchanges. Each visit seems to hold special significance for those involved. Major life changes are revealed. Several members are moving away or pursuing new opportunities. One is seeking physical rehabilitation, another studying abroad, and others moving out on their own. A younger member has passed entrance exams for high school. The group reflects on their shared journey and individual growth. They discuss maintaining their bonds despite going separate ways. Each person is following their chosen path while staying true to their group's core beliefs about personal freedom and authenticity. A significant newspaper clipping is shared, revealing background about Dr. Maruki and a tragic incident involving his loved one. This article appears to be connected to important past events that shaped their experiences. Their mentor figure offers to treat them to a celebration meal, recognizing their maturity and growth. The group excitedly takes advantage of this generosity, turning it into a festive occasion with requests for sushi. The scene concludes with dating advice being shared, including tips about gift-giving and the importance of flowers. It's presented as an ultimate date plan, suggesting upcoming romantic developments. A detailed date plan is being discussed for White Day. The key elements include surprising her with flowers and choosing a location with the right peaceful atmosphere. The aquarium exhibit in Shinagawa is suggested as a potential date spot, which seems like a good choice. For dinner plans, it's recommended to go somewhere nice, though making last-minute reservations during White Day is challenging. However, there are some connections that might help secure a table at a nice restaurant by mentioning a specific name. After learning all the dating tips and secrets, it's time to put the plan into action. The first step is making the restaurant reservation. Despite being fully booked initially, mentioning Mr. Sakura's name helps secure a table for two on White Day. At the aquarium date, there's nervous excitement while looking at various fish. The atmosphere is perfect for a first date, though there are some awkward moments identifying different types of fish. The conversation flows naturally despite the initial nervousness. The restaurant creates a magical atmosphere with a special surprise. The evening feels like a movie scene with perfect timing and beautiful moments. The gift presentation adds an extra special touch to the already memorable evening. The scene shifts to departure preparations. A diary and some special recipes are exchanged as meaningful parting gifts. There's a bittersweet feeling about leaving, but also excitement about future possibilities and growth. Various friends stop by to say goodbye and share final moments. They discuss personal growth, future plans, and exchange meaningful gifts. Each interaction reflects on their shared experiences and the impact they've had on each other's lives. Friends continue visiting to bid farewell, discussing their future plans, including college enrollment and career aspirations. They share how their lives have changed and improved through their shared experiences together. A touching moment occurs with a teacher who reflects on their unique relationship and how it transcended the typical student-teacher dynamic. There's an emphasis on personal growth and the impact of their connection. The farewell continues with more heartfelt goodbyes and gift exchanges. Friends reflect on how unexpected their journey together has been and share their hopes for the future, including artistic aspirations and personal growth goals. A bittersweet farewell takes place as friends prepare to part ways. Despite one friend having leg rehabilitation challenges, they maintain an optimistic outlook about their running goals. They discuss staying connected and competing remotely by sharing their running times, showing their determination to maintain their bond despite the physical distance. The realization of upcoming changes brings mixed emotions. While excited about future prospects, including study abroad opportunities, there's anxiety about attending school without familiar faces. The distance between friends will be significant, spanning across the world, but there is a mutual commitment to maintaining connections. An inspiring moment is shared about being recognized in Shibuya by a young fan who saw them in magazines. Featured in Vague magazine, there are ambitious dreams of becoming a world-class model. The goal is to inspire others and give hope, just as they received inspiration from their friends. Deep reflections on identity and partnership emerge. Despite uncertainty about exact nature and form, there is absolute certainty about being a trusted partner. The conversation shifts to practical matters of packing and preparing for tomorrow's departure from Shibuya. Light-hearted moments occur with playful banter about a cat and its translations. Responsibilities are delegated, and promises are made to take care of those staying behind. There is an acknowledgement of how relationships have evolved and grown stronger over time. Gratitude is expressed for everything shared together. What started as helping someone turned into a mutually beneficial relationship. There's discussion about seeing off guests and missing members of the group, including a cat and Futaba who can't be found. The scene shifts to an unexpected farewell gathering. Despite officially disbanding and being on break, friends have gathered. Some complications arise with unwanted followers, leading to a need for strategic planning. Dr. Maruki appears offering assistance, leading to a plan to split up. The group executes their plan with enthusiasm, turning it into an exciting farewell adventure. Words of wisdom are shared about starting over when facing life's challenges. The escape from persistent followers proves challenging but successful. Final goodbyes are exchanged with promises to stay in touch and meet again. Practical concerns about train schedules mix with emotional farewells. The departure scene culminates with last-minute surprises and heartfelt moments. Important life lessons about keeping one's head up are recalled. The journey ahead begins with unexpected company and final waves, goodbye.